But to wait till there's 3 here.
Okay.
Because one is remote, so they have to be 3.
Makes sense already.
Yeah.
All there. You're fine.
Yeah. Yeah, I got it.
Call the meeting to order. Welcome everyone to the September 12th, 2023 City Council meeting. Let's see, we'll go to City Council business. Item B1, consider and take action on an emergency circumstance remote attendance request. Staff report, please.
Councilmember Martinez has requested attendance at today's meeting remotely due to an emergency circumstance. She has a family member who is hospitalized. So if you vote to approve her remote attendance, she'll be here on camera. And there will be roll call votes for each of the votes tonight.
Okay. All right. Any public comments on this? Any city council comments or questions? Then I will entertain a motion to approve.
So
The motion was seconded. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Well, do we need to do a roll call on that one?
yes, please.
Okay. Sorry about that.
Yeah. I'm sorry. Yes.
Ms. Martinez? No.
No.
Yeah. Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez
Yes.
and Mayor White.
Yes. All right. Thank you.
And then
Yeah, we need to go
Councilmember,
ahead and do our regular roll call or
yes, and I was going to ask Councilmember Martinez to please appear on camera. Thank you.
right. And I think we should go ahead and do a regular roll call too, please.
Mayor White,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
I saw you on mute, but we couldn't hear you. Still no. We can see your mouth moving, but can't hear you. You want to try to rejoin the meeting?
Councilwoman, do you want to sign off and then maybe sign back in and see if that helps?
He needs to allow her to go.
There's a little technical difficulty here, so be with you in a second.
Mm-mm.
We joined the meeting and as we put on the microphone.
We cannot hear you.
You do have to have audio and video for the remote attendance, but you could call in separately if you have another device. You just have to have both video and audio. Alternatively, you could ask the council to just excuse your absence if you're unable to attend remotely.
You want to go ahead and try that, or? Can you call in on a separate phone, Yaneli? That would be a good idea.
Yeah.
Come back in.
Yeah, and part of the
Okay.
and we could also start by having her ask them.
Like,
And-
excuse me, or ask them.
And we'll go, yeah. We give her a little bit of time to try to log in.
Just give another couple of minutes and then we should probably move on, I would think.
Yeah.
But kind of moving stuff here.
That's all there.
All right, I think we'll move forward and let's go ahead and do a roll call. If she's able to join us, we'll add her in, but I think let's go ahead and do a roll call.
Okay, so I'll continue. Councilmember Ortiz,
Here.
I already called your name.
Oh, okay. I'm so sorry. All right. So I will entertain a motion to approve the absence, excuse the absence.
Some. I'll second.
Then moved in second, all in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right, there we go. Thank you. Invocation by Pastor Diana Salinas, please.
Good evening. My name is Diane Salinas and I pastor El Shaddai Church, and I am here to pray. So let's pray. Father, we thank you today for this day you have made, Father God. And we thank you for your awareness even now, Father God. I thank you for each person that is here, Lord. I thank you that for every decision that is made, Father God, for everything that is talked about, Lord, that it's done in peace. Give us the wisdom, Father God. Give the leadership the wisdom and the understanding that they need today, Father. And I thank you, Lord, that whatever's done, Father God, it's done to glorify you, Father God. And we just ask this in the name of Jesus. And everyone says,
Amen.
amen.
All right, let's stand for the pledge, please.
The United States of America. And to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, agenda review.
No changes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, thank you. Public comments from the audience regarding items not on the agenda. This portion of the agenda allows an individual the opportunity to address the council on any items not on closed session, consent calendar, public hearings, and city council business. Under state regulations, no action can be taken on non-agenda items, including issues raised under this agenda item. Members of the public should be aware of this when addressing council regarding items not specifically referenced on this agenda. All right.
Good evening, everyone. My name is Ernest Gallardo. I reside at 212 San Antonio Drive here in Greenfield. As most of you probably know, that I belong to the BMP Committee on TAMC, Bicycle and Pedestrian Committee. And we're actually supposed to have a meeting here last Wednesday, but for whatever reason it was canceled. Anyways, the last meeting that I attended, which was last month, we're informed that the bus route is going to add more stopping points here in town, all of South County. And so I'm not sure if you guys were aware of that, but if you were, now you are. Okay. Second thing that's been bothering me for quite some time. We haven't had a flag at Patriot Park for the longest time. Probably close to 2 months. And it's kind of ironic, it's called Patriot Park, but yet we don't have a flag. And that flag to me symbolizes something. And I'm sure that it symbolizes something for everyone that's here, especially if you're a veteran. Or if you have relatives or good friends that lost their lives fighting for our nation here, especially now since our country seems so divided. There's so much hatred within our country. It's like, you don't like somebody because they're brown. You don't like somebody because they're white. You don't like somebody because they're Asians. It's sad. That flag should bring people together. And the fact that it's not there, it's very troubling for me, especially since I had spoken to someone previously at Patriot Park as I was riding through it on my bicycle. I saw that the flag wasn't there. And that was at least 6 weeks ago. And they said, oh, yeah, well, we'll look into it. Why it's not there. I was going to go put a flag up there myself, but there's no way that I can reach up there. I would need like a 10-foot ladder, and unfortunately, I can't jump that high anymore. I don't think I could ever jump that high. Anyways, I would like that to get resolved as soon as possible, because like I said, it's ironic that it's called Patriot Park and we don't have an American flag there. So thank you for your time.
Thank you. Thank you for bringing that to our attention.
My name is Aveline. I live at 1262 Romo Drive. I'm kind of curious why you only have one veteran hanging in our city, why you can't have all the veterans. on there. I noticed that, I don't know, maybe a month ago. Like my cousin Ernest, he's a veteran. My husband's a veteran, but there's just one veteran. It's on the corner of El Camino and Oak, I think.
That's just a trial banner. That's actually not one of our veterans. We are going to put.
But
all
you are going to put them all? Okay. And how are you going to let the community know about that?
You will do that through social media?
Pardon?
Through social media, as we have been up to this point? I think
Wouldn't it be better if you put something in the water bills? Because not everybody gets on social media. That includes my old man, my husband. He doesn't get on social media. So if you could put something maybe in the water bills, because you might miss a veteran or two that live here in town and those that have unfortunately left us too.
Okay.
Okay.
We do have connections with the American Legion, and they have some lists for us, but
All right.
we will work on that. Thank you.
Thank you for the information.
Anyone else? I see one hand raised. Actually, two.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council. I have some help, some copies of Measure C. That's what I'm going to speak about tonight. Measure C was passed by the voters in 2017. And I understand sometimes there's a lot of documents that our community group has requested from the city, but I know that the Measure C is solely for fire suppression services in the fire department and the reorganization of the Greenfield Fire Protection District, which was a quasi special district county. And so we knew, I was part of a council that worked with the Greenfield Fire Protection District. We know that they were 6 to 7 years in being not having enough revenues to match their expenditures. And so it was a natural at the time. And so this Measure C, and at the same time, which I know it's on the under the mayor's presentations for V and W and now T, there was some augmented funds revenues from those tax initiatives that were passed in 2012, 2015, and most recently Measure T, which actually was Measure W. And so my question is, and our community would like to know, at what point is the measures that V, W, and T that were identified on the ballot for police and for recreation and for code enforcement? And so I know that Ms. Thompson's attorney firm had said it was okay in the past. I don't think it's kind of okay. I think it's more maybe a question to what the priority of the community is. And so I think we'd like to have a response from the city at some point as we move forward. During those years, there was an unprecedented amount of tax revenues generated by the city. I was part of 4 or 5 different councils, whatever number that is. And so in the last several years, as the city has incurring more costs for administration, for services for our community, there's nothing to fill that gap. And so I'm to be honest, as former mayor, I'm worried that we're not meeting those expenditures because I see what's going on. I mean, now that I engage myself in 2022, I'm going to be here quite a bit. I'm not saying I'm coming. Our community group is coming, not demanding of you, Councilmember Ortiz, Councilmember Rodriguez, or Mayor White. We're not demanding anything of you. We just want to use our experience that we've gone through to develop those revenues. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else from the audience?
Hello, good evening, Mayor, Council, community members. My name is Monica Andrade. I'm a resident of Soledad. I am here to speak out against the behavior displayed by our Councilwoman Rachel Ortiz during the September 6th council meeting in Soledad. May I remind the Councilwoman that she sits on this seat because of district elections, not in spite of them. The Councilwoman had plenty of opportunities to run, to challenge the council for a seat while the city was still under at-large elections. Instead, she waited for district elections and she won unopposed. I would remind the Councilwoman that before she goes advocating for our residents to relinquish our rights to elect our mayor, she still enjoys the privilege to elect hers. Next time Councilor Ortiz comes to our city meetings, she better remember that she is a guest and that while representing this city in any capacity, she must refrain from interfering and interrupting our meetings. Councilwoman Ortiz continuously made comments under her breath, held private conversations on the side while our residents spoke during public comment. I was sitting 2 seats beside her. I don't know if this behavior is acceptable to this council, but I, for one, will not stand silently and allow such disrespectful behavior from the Councilwoman Ortiz or any elected official. I hope it does not go unnoticed that this city's representative made a fool and mockery of this council's ability to fill a vacant seat in the council. She incorrectly stated that 2 districts are currently unrepresented and that the city was struggling to fill those vacancies. Either this is true or she potentially disclosed internal city information. Regardless, she lied while representing this city in order to advance her personal friend's agenda to stifle our rights to vote for our own leadership. I hope this council takes appropriate actions to sanction the atrocious behavior the councilwoman displayed while representing the good people of this council, her district, and this city. Thank you and good night.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else in chambers? If not, let's go ahead and go to online.
Gabby?
Good evening, City Council. I would just like to, my question is, what's the status on that grant that the City of Greenfield received for the recreational center? We haven't heard anything about it, no status. We're gonna lose this grant. Did you guys buy property? When is it gonna start? Any plans? We would like an update. And also, my second comment is, here at the Patriot Park, we have a Greenfield Community Center. There is a restroom in that community center, though that there's a sign outside of the door that says that the restroom is not for public. So I'm here at the soccer practice now. I'm confused. Is that restroom not for us community members to use since it is a community center? Do I really have to walk all the way to the other side of Elm Street to use a restroom? Or can I really just use the one here at the community center? Because there's a sign there in the door. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Laura?
Good day, City Council. My name is Laura. I am a resident here in Greenfield, and I want to know what is the status on 12th Street. The street is still horrible. Our pedestrians are still having a hard time going through that street. Even our vehicles are being damaged. People that have property there, our taxes are not being reduced by anything. We're still paying the same amount as anybody else. So when are you guys going to be repairing that street? You guys are lacking doing anything about it. Staff is not doing anything about it. They're just blaming on the contractors of the apartments. I think you guys are at fault as well. You guys should have taken care of that street a long time ago. It's not fair for many of our vehicles to get damaged and for kids to be crossing in the middle of the street with the cars. Also, what is the update with the rec center? We haven't heard anything. We're going to lose that grant. There was talks about talking with the owner. We haven't heard anything about that either. What about the status with the Greenfield sign? Still nothing. We are lacking many things that are being promised and nobody's taking responsibility. It's just being ignored. If we could get an update on these issues, please. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment, Laura. I think a few of those items are on our agenda tonight, so.
Practice.
Hi, good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay, thanks. I don't want you guys to have the same problem that you are with Yaneli. You do realize that she was in the car, either going to see her husband or something, but please excuse her. She is trying, or she did try. My public comment is the resident of Greenfield. Nothing else. Just want to let you all know. Councilmember Ortiz, during your public comment at the Soledad City Council, you stated your name as Rachel Ortiz from Greenfield, but you were speaking as you were the spokesperson for the city of Greenfield. To my understanding, the mayor is the spokesperson by default, then would go to Mayor Pro Tem, Councilmember Ariana. Which one are you? On your comment, you used a lot of we. In fact, we 5 times. Your public comment on the city of Soledad, you said you wish we could say district is hardest part of going to the district election. Then you said, but it gets worse. There's a lot of things we are finding out. Going into district already, we have 2 districts unrepresented, now, unrepresented right now. What is your definition of unrepresented so that the communities could understand what you were talking about? Since you spoke about the topic in the neighboring city, and it raised some concerns. In addition, you said, there it is again, we have appointed, and it has only lasted about 30 days. And now we, again, are faced with the challenge of reappointing again or going to elections, and it has caused a lot of confusion. You said that the decision for the district was made before you were on council, and you really didn't have an opinion on it right now. Yet, here you stood in front in different cities speaking against district elections, and you went against what you had mentioned above. Maybe there should be more research conducted on your behalf prior to speaking at a public forum about the agenda item in a different city. I was really surprised, you being a council member, you asked for clarification on point of order. Shouldn't you have known this already? After the meeting, I asked you, what 2 districts are represented? You said the appointing one and the other one. I asked, what other one? You didn't answer my question. Your exact words to me were, maybe I misspoke. Really? I told you, you gave misinformation, and Soledad grasped your comment and use it for their deliberation. Shame on you. There is a reason why district elections are great. That is a better way for representation of a district versus the whole city. Why we still hear LULAC force district elections? LULAC did not force anyone to adopt district election. It was either adopt or go through significant legal costs. Were we ready? No, we were not. Now, let me comment about.
B, I need to cut you off.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for your comment. All right. One more.
Gabby. Lone.
Yes, good evening, city councils. I had a speech ready, but Miss Monica would comments about, voicing opinions. It's funny how, Beatrice and Monica talk about like not taking the rights of Soledad residents, but yet they're here complaining about somebody personal opinion, but yet they won't hold Councilwoman Martinez accountable for her misuse of power that was proven by all council members. So back to my speech. I took time away from the city council meetings for some self-care. Although I have not been active, I've been actively listening to what's going on. I was hopeful once Councilwoman Martinez was sanctioned by this, it would serve her as a reflection on the harm it has caused. Unfortunately, Councilwoman has yet to start paying the $10,000 owed by my mom, although she had agreed $50 of monthly payments. I would like to ask Council Martinez to stop intimidating my mom, and you can no longer negotiate with her as you did June 13th when you told my mom that if I did not stop coming to these council meetings, that you would not pay her, and you haven't yet. You did not allow anyone to help my mom during the negotiations, so you continued to intimidate her. I'd also like to share how you continue not to hold yourself accountable, spreading the false narratives during your last MST meeting where you were celebrated. You were no longer in MST due to dirty politics. Where's the justice from your actions? When you're able to live your life and continue to spread false narrative. You have yet to publicly apologize to my mother and most importantly to the community for the misuse of power, ultimately costing the community money. I'll be coming here to remind you and the community of your actions. Lastly, I'd like to ask all council members if you can share with the public how much the investigation cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Right.
Hi, good evening. I was going to jump up, but you run a fast meeting, Mayor. So Stephanie Garcia, I just wanted to thank Mr. Gallardo for mentioning the flag at Patriot Park and what it stands for. And I'd like to remind everyone that one of the rights it does stand for is the freedom of speech. And that right is not checked at the door because you hold an elected office that carries through for everyone. That's what the United States is about. And I noticed the brouhaha on social media about council members' alleged behavior at this meeting. And I'm sorry, I didn't see it that way. I thought she was polite and respectful. She had a question for the city attorney. She politely asked if she could address it. The attorney answered her. And then when she went up for her public comment, it was to me, and I understand your emotions. I do. It's an emotional topic. It was here too. But what I noticed was that she offered a perspective that wasn't mentioned during that meeting, and it wasn't harmful. It wasn't hateful. And I know that on issues like this with tensions and emotions on high that, you know, it affects people. But I completely disagree that it was terrible behavior because we see how she behaves here. She was professional, polite, and respectful. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, good evening, buenas tardes, buenas noches to everybody. Raul Tapia. You know, I would like to see more work being done, advancement. You know, let's leave what happened yesterday to the past and what's happening today to today and the present for the future. You know, I think that moving forward, again, I'm always big on the word advancement demands change. You know, and in order for us to be able to move and to put the actual car on drive, we have to turn it on and let's get it out of the mud, you know, and, you know, there's gonna be moments that we're gonna be splashed with some mud and sometimes we're gonna just be smooth sailing. So with that, you know, I just want to make sure that, you know, we stay mindful and compassionate about everybody's work ethics or whatever not. But I think that it's important that we ground ourselves, you know, and, you know, obviously today, the start to this meeting was a prayer, you know, and so let's always keep in mind that there's a big guy upstairs watching us and our behaviors, and regardless on what we think personally or whatever not, you know, that there's somebody always watching. Might be in the silence and in the midst of our path, and they're gonna say, "Hey, wait a minute, what's going on there?" You know, and kind of in a sense to discuss certain matters that are happening here in our city at another location. I don't think that's feasible or even correct. You know, like I said, if there wasn't an appointment made or an election in regards to an appointed position to speak on behalf of the governance, you know, then maybe you should refrain from that. We are seen as elected officials that we see you guys as, and so let's keep that in mind. Let's keep the professionalism to the highest of standards, please. And you know, I'm not sure what happened with Ms. Yanelli or Martinez or whoever not, but you know, let's also hold her husband in prayer as well, because I hope that he gets better. And I think we can make this a beautiful city to come forth. And thank you very much. Take care.
Thank you very much for your comment. Anyone else?
Really quick, I just have to step up and say that Councilwoman Martinez is not trying to take away my vote. This isn't about her. On the other hand, Councilwoman Ortiz is advocating for me to lose my right to a mayor. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Final call. All right. We'll go to comments from City Council.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening. A couple of things I wanted to talk about, and actually some of the public has already mentioned it. I want to talk about, we need to get started on the criteria for the banner program that's going to be going up. We have a lot of military people here in town that they should be honored. You know, they've served our country. We have, I contacted the school, I can't remember the lady's name, to find out if there was any people who graduated that were going into the military. And unfortunately, I kind of missed the deadline and they've already left. They left in July. And so I'm hoping that this year we can get a little bit head start on that and get something going, have them a send off or something when they do leave, you know, to join whatever branch of military that they're going to do. So I think what we need to know is that it has to be advertised. We need to have something on city website, do as much as we possibly can. We're going to need the criteria for the program. We're going to need a timeline as far as like ordering, and we need to know prices. And I think I've heard from some of the people that they would like to change them out when the kids graduate from school. So maybe they can do that. So I don't know, I'll leave that to staff and let them figure it out and bring it to council so we can decide on what we're going to do. And then I want to say congratulations to King City High track team of 1974. And I say King City because back in 74, it was the only school that we had, the only high school that we had. And now we have our own high school here in town. But a lot of the people that were honored are still residents of Greenfield. And so I think that was a really special honor for them. Let me see what else. Another thing that I'd like to revisit is, I'm not sure what you called it. I'm not sure what it was brought to before, but a rental registry or a landlord registry. I've seen, I was in conversation with a council member from Monterey, and they're moving forward with that. They're discussing it now. I think it's really important because of the things that we heard when we had the housing element over at the Memorial Hall. We heard a lot of stories about people being evicted, being charged up to $100 for credit reports that these people were never even going to get into the house. We have a lot of substandard housing that it would really benefit our community. We are a farm worker community, but that doesn't mean that anybody should live in substandard housing. So I'd really hope that the council or the city would, at least if we can bring it up for discussion, put it on the agenda, and we can start discussing it and see where we can go with that and get our community some help there. Sorry, I've got a lot of notes here. Weed abatement. I was really happy that we did such a good job, that the fire department did such a good job on weed abatement and our city staff. We just had that really bad storm come in. I know that my nephew and I were outside at 3 o'clock in the morning and we seen lightning actually hitting the ground. That was scary. It hit the street. So I can imagine what would have happened had it hit some dry grass or some areas that hadn't been taken care of. So kudos to our fire department and city staff. Also on October 7th, I will be having another park meeting at Parkside Court Park. And I don't have a flyer out yet. We'll have it out soon. And then be able to have the time. Our first one was done in August when we were on break. We had police department, thank you, chief. We had fire department, thank you, Chief Lambert. And mayor was there for a little bit, but it was his birthday and he had to leave. We had about 30 residents come. We did raffles. We had donuts and some treats for the kids. And they addressed a lot of problems. It was really nothing negative. It was more of really constructive criticism and what we could do for the residents in all districts, not just my district, in all districts. And so I'm really excited to give them an update on some of the things that we discussed that day. What else? I'm sorry, please bear with me. Another thing, that flag at Patriot Park, I did remember seeing it a long time ago. I think that's something that we need to do. If we're doing a banner program, we need to have a flag up there. It's a must. We have to pay our respect and show respect to the people who've served. If you're wondering, I get really into anything that has to do with the military because my grandson just got deployed to Japan. And so it's very something near and dear to me right now. Let me see, I think that was also just a little side note. I kind of took a page out of Mayor White's notebook, I guess I could say. I started walking through town. I remember Councilmember Rodriguez used to walk through town all the time. I think it's really important for us as a council to get out and really look at what's happening in the city. When you're driving a car and you're looking, you got to kind of concentrate on what you're driving or where you're driving to not get hit or anybody. And so when you get out and you walk the districts, you get to see a lot more. And much to probably the dismay of Public Works and City Manager, I might be overdoing it with my emails and my calls, but if it's important to the community, then it is what it is. I'm going to keep on calling. Let me see what else. I think that's pretty much yeah. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you very much, Mayor Pro Tem.
Good evening, everybody. Just in response to some of the comments, I did want to just share that at my last meeting with City Manager Wood, I did ask for an update to be given to the community regarding the rec center, the 12th Street improvements, or what the holdup is, just to have some transparency so that the city understands where we're at. And specifically also, I asked about replacing a swing at Patriot Park. That's in my area, and most of you probably remember when there was a blue accessible swing for not just kids, but for use, and it's been missing a while, and I would like to see that back. So I know that Manager Wood is looking into at least getting that back, you know, before we start addressing all the problems with all our parks. That's one small thing I think that we can do to just have that there. And then I'd also, you know, longer down the road, would like to see that offered in all of our parks, you know, or most of them at least, so that there are options for our residents. And aside from the swing, also that spongy flooring, and Paul, I don't know if you can remind me what you said it's called, but it's just that spongy floor. Yeah. So if we could get that also repaired so that it actually is fully accessible and like wheelchairs can be wheeled out to it and so forth. So that is that part of it. I wanted to address the comments about the Soledad City Council meeting because a few residents and elected officials did reach out and also reached out directly to all of council about Councilmember Ortiz at their Soledad meeting. I was not there, so I won't pretend to be. So I watched it after I was told about it several times. And what I do want to say is that we had our August 30th, we had a Brown Act and ethics training meeting. It was a joint meeting. It was on Zoom. Commissioner Garcia was there also, Chair Garcia. And we were talked to about, you know, the rules of decorum and the rules of the audience also, because we've had issues in our own meetings about what the conduct of the audience should be and how to request decorum from the audience as well. So I personally just want to say that I was disappointed to be contacted about this, or, you know, that this is going on out there, that this happened at all, just because we did have that training. They were very clear, you know, Mary Lerner and
and Attorney Thompson about, she stood there, and you guys can watch that back, and said, we need to make sure the audience knows that you need to speak from here. And, you know, standing at the podium. And I know those of us that were there remember that. So we do know that we shouldn't speak out like that in a meeting. So I want to recognize that, you know, because we do have to hold each other accountable for behaviors that we shouldn't have. And I think that we do all know that that's not appropriate. So that's all.
All right, thank you very much. All right, I have a few things on mine. Remind everyone of the free movie night, September 22nd at Patriot Park. Food booths open at 6:30. Movie starts at 7:15. The movie is Super Mario Brothers, all brought to you by our recreation department. So get out there if you can. Remind everyone about the senior social event tomorrow at the Memorial Hall from 11 to 1. That should be fun. Also for seniors, a nutrition class on September 22nd from 1:30 to 2:30 at Patriot Park Community Center. I really want to congratulate Jose Sanchez and the Science Center team for all they are doing with our outdoor equity grant. We've been getting pictures on a regular basis of whale watching trips and rafting trips. I know they're doing signups right now for a kayaking trip on the 30th of September, team camping trip on October the 7th, and a Pinnacles hike on November the 4th. If you're interested in any of those, stop by the Science Center and sign up. Just wanted to say, Jose and his team are really creating some lasting memories there for the members of the community. So it's been money well spent. I attended 2 meetings of the Monterey County Mayors Association. July 27th, the group had a meeting with Assembly Speaker Robert Rivas, who asked about projects he might be able to assist us with. I brought up funding for the widening of the Walnut Avenue overcrossing. On September 1st, the Mayors Association met here in our chambers, and we heard from Supervisor Luis Alejo on several things the county's working on, including the water projects, helping the unhoused, and flood repairs on the Pajaro area. Finally, yesterday we had a mayor's manager and supervisor meeting. Heard from Dr. Moreno from the health department. We emphasized to him how it's important to that the vaccines, flu, COVID, and RSV be available in South County clinics because local events, because many people in our area don't have primary care physicians, and so we need to make access to those vaccines available. Really enjoyed barbecuing for the employees at the appreciation luncheon last month. It was a lot of fun. Had a huge crowd for that. Hopefully everybody had a good time. And then finally, I wanted to say thank you to Chief Langborg and Chief Mixer for organizing the Patriot Day ceremony. It was an honor to speak at the event honoring the events of that tragic day, and helps us all to remember we can never forget those events. So that's my final item. Thank you. All right, we will now move to consent calendar. All matters listed under the consent calendar are considered routine and may be approved by one action of the City Council unless a request for removal for discussion or explanation is received prior to the time Council votes on the motion to adopt. I'll open it up for public comments on the consent calendar. Seeing none, I will come to Kim. Oh, we have one. Okay, John, go ahead.
We just lost it. Well, thank you, Mayor. The item with Victor Garcia, I think that could have been on the agenda. I think that's great that we're moving forward to bringing out events in our community. The city council and the city is looking for bringing in folks like Victor Garcia is very knowledgeable and very experienced at the Strawberry Festival in Watsonville. And so I think that's a great thing. I mean, when I saw it, to be honest, I thought it would be great to have him here and present himself to the community and get some movement going, get some vibe going. But that's my comment on that. Next time, maybe someone like that's very well-known and very, does really good work. It's great that you present them to the community.
Thank you very much. Any other comments? Not, I'll entertain a motion to. Oh, we do have one. Okay. Sorry. We do have one hand raised.
Gabby?
Hi, I'm not sure if this is permitted, but Councilwoman Ariana, I would like the same way that you advocate for people that are complaining about the other councilwoman. How about my voice? Does my voice not matter, or do I need council members to call you or community members to email you to hold her
This is
accountable?
inappropriate.
Okay, thank you. Bye.
Thank you. All right, I will entertain a motion on the items if there's nothing to be pulled.
I wanted to just ask for a correction on I2.
Okay.
It just states that the motion was made by me and seconded by you, Mayor, but it was Rachel who made the motion. So I just wanted to have that corrected.
Where at?
On the minutes on I2.
I think it's page 56, the agenda.
Okay.
Yeah. It was made by Councilmember Ortiz. Yeah.
All right. Is that the only one? All right. I'll entertain a motion to approve the consent agenda.
Motion to approve.
I need a second.
I'll second.
All right. Being as Councilwoman Martinez is not here, we can just go ahead and do a vocal vote, correct?
Yeah, you don't need to do the roll call.
All right.
Yeah.
All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. All right. Thank you. Mayor's presentations, proclamations, communications, and resolutions. A proclamation honoring Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services and declaring September 2023 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Greenville. Honoring Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services and declaring September 2023 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the city of Greenville. Whereas the character of our community is revealed in how we treat our most vulnerable, and whereas each year 19 in every 100,000 children in our community will be diagnosed with cancer, and whereas cancer remains the leading cause of death by disease among children, more than asthma, diabetes, cystic fibrosis, congenital abnormalities, and AIDS combined, and whereas Jacob's Heart has been keeping medically fragile children and families housed, fed, and emotionally supported by steadfastly adhering to the following commitments. Parents of children with cancer and other serious illness will be relieved of financial fears and able to focus on attention to their children. Number 2, no child undergoing intensive treatment in our community will be homeless. Number 3, families of seriously ill children will not experience food insecurity during and after the pandemic. And number 4, no seriously ill child in our community will ever miss a medical appointment because of a lack of transportation. And whereas Jacob's Heart holds the memories and honors and legacies of hundreds of children from our local community who have been lost to cancer, ensuring that memories will never be forgotten. And whereas the oncology department at Lucille Packard Children's Hospital at Stanford has worked closely with Jacob's Heart for the past 25 years as a trusted community partner in providing family-centered care that addresses the emotional, practical, and financial struggles of families of children with cancer in the city of Greenville. And whereas it is important for all Greenville city residents to recognize the impact of pediatric cancer on families within our community and honor the children in our community whose lives have been cut short by cancer. Now, therefore, I, Robert White, Mayor of the City of Greenville, hereby declare September 2023 as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month in the City of Greenville, and do hereby honor Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services for outstanding support to our community and acknowledge the organization's contributions to Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. Okay.
Good evening again. I just want to mention something about Jacob's Heart. I have a dear friend here in Greenfield whose child received a cancer diagnosis at the age of 7, I believe. And they were able to utilize the transportation component that you mentioned, number 4, because I can tell you, I mean, I've been driving up to UCSF with my mom for 6 years. And that drive, it's really, it's hard. It's especially when you live in this small area. But back to my friend, you know, when you get a diagnosis like that for your child, your whole world turns upside down. You have financial pressures, you have, you know, fear, unimaginable fear. And the fact that Jacob's Heart was able to drive them up to Palo Alto to get, I want to say, the best care in the nation at Lucille Packard was really a tremendous benefit. So thank you for honoring them.
Thank you for your comment. All right, we will move to
Mayor White. I believe Alyssa that's on there is going to be I believe she's from Jacob.
Oh, okay. Very good. Alyssa, you want to speak now?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead.
Okay, good evening, everyone. I'm Alyssa, and I'm here today as a representative of Jacob's Heart Children's Cancer Support Services. Thank you, Mayor White and Council, for proclaiming September as Childhood Cancer Awareness Month. With the community's continued support, we can make sure that no family goes through pediatric cancer alone. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. We will now move to J2, proclamation declaring September 15th, 2023 to October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month. A proclamation of the City Council, City of Greenfield, declaring September 15th, 2023 to October 15th, 2023 as Hispanic Heritage Month. Whereas Hispanic culture constitutes the foundation of the history of the state of California and the Southwest region of the United States, and Latin Americas are justly proud of their rich and diverse cultural heritage, having made positive contributions to social, artistic, linguistic, and intellectual aspects of our society. And whereas generations of proud, hardworking, enterprising Latin Americans have contributed to and have strengthened our communities with countless achievements and their abiding values in the home and family. And whereas we observe Hispanic Heritage Month, the city encourages all members of the community to recognize the accomplishments and contributions of Hispanics in our community and the importance of social justice and fair representation for the Hispanic community in all aspects of city life and experience. Now, therefore, I, Robert White, on behalf of the City of Greenfield City Council, do hereby declare the period September 15th, 2023 to October 15th, 2023 Hispanic Heritage Month in the City of Greenfield in recognition of many contributions Hispanics have made to our country and to promote greater awareness of the rich history and culture of the Hispanic community. There's no one here for this? Okay, thank you. And J3, proclamation proclaiming September 2023 as National Alcoholic and Drug Addiction Recovery Month. Proclamation of the City Council, City of Greenfield, proclaiming September 2023 as National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month. Whereas mental health and substance use disorders affect all communities nationwide, and with commitment and support, those impacted can embark on a journey of improved health and overall wellness. And whereas the focus of National Recovery Month this September is to celebrate all people that make the journey of recovery possible. And whereas the impact of mental health and substance use disorders is apparent in our local community, and an estimated 22 million people in the United States. Age 12 or older, self-reported needed substance abuse treatment in the past year. And whereas through Recovery Month, people become more aware and able to recognize the signs of mental health and substance use disorders and encourage people in need of recovery service to seek help. And whereas the Recovery Month observance continues to work hard to improve lives of those affected by mental health and substance use disorders by raising awareness and educating communities about the effective services that are available. And whereas prevention of mental and substance use disorders works, treatment is effective, and people recover in our area and around the nation. And now, therefore, for the reasons above, I am asking the citizens of Greenfield to join me in celebrating this September as National Recovery Month. I, Mayor Robert White, on behalf of the Greenfield City Council, do hereby proclaim the month of September 2023 as National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month throughout the city of Greenfield and call upon our community to observe this month with compelling programs and events that support this year's observance, the 34th anniversary of Recovery Month, by embracing the 2024 theme, Recovery is for everyone, every person, every family, every community. Any comments?
Good evening, everyone. My name is Maria Camacho. We're here with Sun Street Centers, and we just want to thank you for continuing to support with us, the whole community, and helping us be able to reach that goal, right, to prevent the use, misuse, and addiction of drugs. Thank you for honoring September as a recovery month. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening. My name is Sandy Neda. I'm also here from Sun Street Centers Road to Success program. I would also like to thank the Greenfield City Council and Mayor White for proclaiming September 2023 National Alcohol and Drug Addiction Recovery Month. Thank you for supporting those in their recovery and for your time.
Thank you. Yes, absolutely. Any comments?
I just wanted to say thank you for the work that you do with Sun Street Centers. I think everybody probably likely knows somebody that has struggled with some type of addiction or another. And I just commend the work that you do to help people get their lives back on track. So thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll move to item J4, Measure V and T, now T Fund.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Council. What I'd like to do this evening is to kind of go over a little bit of history on our sales tax measures. Originally, they were V and W, and W was re-upped. It was now Measure T. To give some background as to what they're for, why they're around, and kind of the current status. Oh, excellent. So, brief history of the sales and use tax measures. In November of 2013, Greenfield voters passed Measure X, a 1% tax, to provide funding for the following: avoid potential reduction of funding to the police department, and this is coming directly from the measure itself. Restore police department staffing and services, maintain fiscal viability of the city, ensure adequate park maintenance, restore city hall service hours, and return recreation programs for the youth. In November 2015, Greenfield voters approved an indefinite extension of Measure X. It was designated Measure V at the time. Also in November of 2015, Greenfield voters approved an additional 0.75% tax for a period of 5 years, which expired in November of 2020. And Greenfield voters approved an extension of the 0.75% tax for a period of 6 years. That's referred to as Measure T. I'm going to step over to reviewing our strategic plan, because this is the City Council's strategy to provide services for the city, and they are prioritized. First of all, it's to ensure a safe environment for all citizens. It's then to promote a diversified economy with long-term sustainability, ensure a healthy and enriching environment for all citizens, and to develop a first-in-class government structure that's effective and efficient. So I hope you can see this. It basically shows the tax revenue summary by year. It goes back to fiscal year 13-14. That's the first column that shows that it was before we enacted these. And then across for the next 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 years, and an estimated amount in the 9th year, which was last year. And the revenues have gone from approximately $1.2 million per year up to, we estimate, 3.416 million that we will have received by the end of the accrual period in 22-23, which was last year. Quite a significant uptick. You will see if you take a look at them as well as you can that it hasn't just been a straight line up. There have been years, and I think probably because of COVID, where we actually had some negative growth, which is a reduction for 2 years in 18-19 and 19-20. But then we've had some pretty robust years since then going up. This slide shows a service program summary by year. And so it's the same years. You're looking vertically from 2013-14 to 2023-24 budget year. So it's actually adding a year. This is just what we're budgeting for this coming year. And it's broken down. The spending is broken down into, looks like 5 different categories. One is the police patrol services. We call it supplemental because it's what it is. That's the point of the tax initiative to begin with, is to be able to provide additional services. And that's why all of these taxes were put into a separate fund to begin with, because we wanted to track all the tax revenue coming in and at the same time track all of the things that they're paying for. And this is simply a summary of how we spent the money. So the first line item is patrol services supplemental. The second line item is code enforcement. The third line item is recreation. The fourth line item is fire and EMS services. And the fifth line is transfer for vehicle and equipment. And that was something that we did in 18-19 and 19-20 to service the individual new positions, which I think the following slide shows the individual, the individual headcount changes. So this basically shows that our service program expenditures in 2013-14 were 0, and they went up. These taxes paid for about $570,000 worth of expenses, and they have climbed up to this past year to over $3 million, and it was actually 3.6 the previous year. And we expect, or we're planning and budgeting for, paying up to almost 4.7 million in the current year. Something I do need to say about that is budgeting is not an exact science. And we actually had, if you take a look at years 21-22 and 22-23, the last 2 actual years there, the budgets to be spent were much larger. The problem is we can't always hire as many people as we'd like to hire. And so when you don't do that, the budget goes unspent. And you'll see, and I've got a slide in here also that shows how much our fund balance has gone from 0 before this started up. And then it started coming down again as we started actually spending all of the money that we're actually generating on an annual basis. So we'll go now to this personnel summary. This one is, I'm going to say, yeah, the revenues is an important slide. The expenditures certainly are on a very important slide. This one is just as important. And it really shows the bulk of where the money is going is in hiring people to provide services that the tax revenues were intended for. So once again, we go from 2013-14 up to what we're budgeting for 2023-24, which is the current year. And we'll just take a look quickly at the top line, which is police officers. These are sworn officers. We go from 0, because this wasn't enacted yet, to hiring 4 people in the first year, funding 9 positions in the second year, 12 positions. And then one of the positions was removed and is paid for by the general fund. And then for 4 years, we funded 11 positions. In 21-22, it went up to 12, and then 14 last year and this year. So we're funding 14 cops, boots on the ground, out in the community from this money. We're also funding 3 sergeants. You can see how that went from 2 to 1 to 2 to 2, and then up to 3. For a period of 4 years, we funded a partial police detective, someone who was part-time. We've since restructured things to where those the detective pay is being taken out of a different pot. We had been funding 1 code enforcement officer out of this fund. I actually think that might be code enforcement officer. Okay, so now we're actually funding. We've changed code enforcement officer and animal control officer. If you remember, we've reclassified them as community service officers. And I do believe, actually, I think there's a problem with this slide. I think we've actually got at least 3 of them, maybe all 4 being funded out of Fund 2, out of this money. Recreation manager we hired back in 2016-17, and they are still here. We're funding 3 firefighters. And now we are funding 5.2 recreation instructors. So this is really important because these are the people that are getting the work done. And yes, there are other additional expenses that are being paid for out of these tax monies, but this is the heart and soul. It addresses our #1 strategic initiative, which is to keep the city safe. And we are also providing services that were delineated in both measures. I think the second measure, while the first I denoted the things that the first measure was to address, the second measure classified what Mr. Huerta earlier was talking about, was that they would be paying for police officers. I believe that it described the services that it wanted to fund as public safety services. And so that's why we have some firefighters in here. Okay, so this is just a simple total. Total 9 years of revenue, $21,741,000. And to date, we've spent $20,475,000. So what does that mean? Well, it means we have a fund balance. So what I did was I said, okay, you know what? A fund balance, what that is basically our excess of revenues over expenses for any given year. Our fiscal year ends at June 30th. So I took a look at, so how much money did we have left over at the end of any of these given years? If you take a look at 2017, 18, 19, you'll see it starts out at around $1 million. It goes up to 1.7 million. It goes up to 2 million. Well, why is that? Well, we simply couldn't hire fast enough and we really didn't know how much money we were going to end up getting. So we were trying to be prudent. But in being prudent, we didn't get to spend all of the money that we were getting. And we're very cognizant of that because this, unlike a lot of other, say, general fund revenues, where we kind of guess and estimate what we're going to make. And if that money comes in and it gets totaled up with all the other revenues, then we have to run a city with what comes in. If you have a surplus, you certainly don't want to have an excess of money, but you can always spend these things the next year or the year after, or save for capitals. That's another thing. With this money, the voters voted to tax themselves to get services. So we feel pretty strongly that this needs to be spent because they're not wanting their money to be saved up necessarily to buy the next car or the next piece of land or this or that. It's really about getting the services, and that's why the personnel slide is so important. Those people are providing services. So 2017, 18, and 19, we were accruing more and more fund balance. We did dig into it to the tune of around $200,000 in 2020. another 300,000 or 250,000 in 2021, about 300,000 in 2022. And then this past year, we actually kind of broke even for the year because our fund balance is basically the same as it was the previous year. So that just tells us that whatever we brought in, we basically spent that amount. So that's significant because what it means potentially is that if 9 years on, which is where we are now, we know what we're making, which we said was around $3 to $3.5 million a year in revenues, that we've programmed in services for about the same amount. And so that might be, at least for now, might be the level of service that we provide with all of these tax monies. And that's a good place to know that we can fund 26 or 27 people and all these other things. So this is important. Now, what it also means is we have about $1.3 million in here for whatever council in the community really wants to do with it. I would suggest we leave some amount of money, 400,000, that is in there just as a buffer. If revenues come in soft one year, we can, backfill it. But then do something with the whatever's left that would be a one-time use of it. Just so that it's not a potential recurring expense. So I'm saying let's not necessarily hire 2 or 3 more people that will incur expenditures, for as long as they can, when this money is really what a lot of people refer to as one-time money. So it's not an issue for tonight. I just want to show you where we are. So the key. Yeah, here we go. The key issues are we are addressing the concerns of the community, public safety, recreation, and code enforcement. Our tax revenues should remain steady with growth as commercial development continues. That's another thing. I mean, as we develop ECR more, as we develop the Walnut Avenue specific plan more, we'll get more commercial entities, and that will generate more sales tax. Code enforcement personnel has grown, but mostly covered by the general fund. Recreation spend will increase, but will partially be offset by program revenues, and most of that is paid for by the general fund as well. And then what I just mentioned, fund balance surplus should be used for 1, anticipated shortfalls to current service levels, and 2, one-time multi-year CIP, for example, community center CIP. So we know that we got a big grant for our new community center. We know that what we're looking at as far as what we want to provide service-wise and equipment-wise, that's around $13 million. And I believe our grant is much less than that. So we need to come up with additional monies to help pay for what we want to see there. This one-time payment from Fund 220 or the measures, the sales tax measures, might be a way to help pay for that. And I believe that's it. So if I will entertain any questions.
Any questions from council? I have a couple things for you, Paul. I know there was like a $1.2 million left, and we were talking about a buffer. I think a buffer is appropriate, especially if we might be heading into a recession. Who knows? We've got to be prudent and make sure layoffs are difficult. We don't want to go there if at all possible. So we need to make sure and be prudent and keep some reserves there.
Yep.
Also, and if we do end up, when we do get the recreation center in place, we probably will want to expand programs out there. So we're going to need some more money from this fund for those expanded programs. So
yeah, absolutely.
A couple things to keep in mind.
Right. Nothing needs to be done with this money now. This is more of an update to know where we are.
Yeah, I was just going to say, I'm glad at the end of the summary addressed that recreation will grow, because in all the slides, what I noticed was, and of course, like safety is first, and I'm glad that we're making a lot of progress in that and hiring a lot more personnel in that area. But it's very disproportionate where the money has gone. Those tax funds have gone to growing the police force and code enforcement and we also wanted to have these funds go to park maintenance and recreation. And so that's what I would like to see also, where it's a little more proportionate.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So just as a short response to that, I totally understand what you're saying. I think when we looked at the strategic plan and number one priority is public safety, and I believe, and maybe someone else can talk to this, but I believe the biggest issue when this was being considered was public safety, because we were going to be losing potentially police people. I'm pulling up the service program summary to your point about recreation. If you'll take it, recreation is this third line down here and you follow it over. You're right. We didn't spend a lot. I mean, we were back here in these days, we actually contracted out recreation services. We started a rec department. You can see this is like mid 5 digits, 45,000, 42,000, 64, 115, 126, 217. And we start getting into 3 years ago, 375,000 for recreation, 479 last year, and we're budgeting 658 this year. So while it pales in comparison to the police department, no doubt, we are starting to spend more and more money. And as Mayor White said, we're going to have a community center to fill up with stuff to do. So their time will be here.
Earlier, one of the commenters spoken said something about the grant for this community center. Is there a deadline as to when we need to use it?
Yes, there's a deadline. I believe it's 6 years.
6 years?
Yeah. And we've been in contact with them multiple times related to the acquisition of the property. And they know we've had a few issues, and they're timing issues, but they said, not a problem. You guys aren't even close to having an issue with not getting the grant. I mean, the grant is the grant. It's open for, I believe it's 6 years, and we have that time to get it built. The building won't take half that time as well. So there's plenty of time, and we're making some significant progress on the property itself.
So what money we do, this 1.2, we can actually use it to buy things for the rec center, or it's for the building of it?
Yeah, so technically this money is all general fund money, which means we can use it for whatever we basically want, or council can. You're the one that makes the budget decisions anyway. When these tax measures passed initially, my predecessor in administrative services did what I thought was, I don't know if it was brilliant, but it was a really good idea. She set up a separate fund for all the tax revenues and then started budgeting specifically what was talked about in the initiative to pay for. And it was a great idea, because did she have to do it? Actually, she didn't have to do it. It could have just gone into the general fund, and it could have been a quagmire. Well, where did that money go? And, all the questions that would come up. She didn't do that. She said, nope, I want to do everything. And I want to assign every person who gets hired to either the general fund or to Fund 220. And then when that person, over the course of the last 9 years, left, well, they left a Fund 220 position. And when we hired it back, they got paid out of Fund 220. So we know a history of every person who's been paid out of this fund, as well as who's currently being paid. So there are very good records related to that. And that's the way it was set up. So the short answer is really, it's all general fund money. It is set up in a separate fund, but that doesn't mean we refer to it as a special revenue fund. It is not a special revenue fund. It is just an extension of the general fund.
Personally, I'd like to maybe use some for some things that we need, urgently, but otherwise I prefer to leave it there. My opinion would be to leave it there, and hopefully our rec centers available, going to be going, within the next year. And it'd be great to have a really nice place for the kids. the rec center is going to be in a really good area. I wish, there was a better way for people to get across, to be able to use the facility when it is done. But I also want to be really cautious about how we spend our money right now because of recession. My line of work, I'm starting to see a lot of people cutting back right now. And it's a little worrisome, and these are big businesses that have a lot of funds and they're cutting back. And so I'd rather be safe than sorry. But if we need to use it, then we need to use some of it, but not all of it.
Any other questions? No, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we'll move to item J5. Welcome to Greenfield Signs. Actually, that's a presentation, John. So really not usually. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. I know you have a large agenda and that's great to see. Just remember on the in tax initiatives, I understand the financial safeguards and being prudent. I understand that totally. Just remember the voters approved those initiatives, and without those voters saying yes, the Measure C that I mentioned earlier, real quickly, Mayor, it was we got the 2%. It was 68%, and we need 66.67. But on the initiatives, you don't, because they're general fund measure initiatives. So I think just remember that the voters approved those large fundings that are increasingly growing every day. And without the voters approving that, we wouldn't have those funds. And so just to comment on that, thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you very much. All right, J5, welcome to Greenfield Signs.
Good evening, Mayor White, City Council. I'm actually going to be combining J5 through J7 into one presentation.
Okay.
And Ed, can you share? Share my screen. My apologies. Since we were off, I forgot I had to go in a certain way.
Technical difficulties seem to be the rule tonight. So.
No. Ed, I joined as a panelist. Did it come through?
Recording in progress.
Okay. Thank you for your patience. So I wanted to give the council and the public an update on a few of our projects that we are working on. I'll go through 5 of them with some key points. The City of Greenfield welcome signs, 12th Street improvements, Traffic Safety Committee, the CCTV of the sewer mains, and the downtown flags. So the first item is the City of Greenfield welcome signs, and we are in the submittal process. You can see that there is lumber and cobble material submittals. The lumber, which is most likely going to be a composite, is there's the brown and the green that match the others, the older signs, as well as a stone veneer. And in lieu of using real stone, it's lighter weight. Construction schedule milestone dates. I did place in bold the highlighted items. We did hold a pre-construction meeting with the contractor on August 17th. You can see that the next date highlighted is a date range from August 21st through August 13th. That is when the pre-construction submittals and the off-site fabrication of the sign occurs. So you will not see anything constructed at this time. It will be done off-site. And then October 13th through November 9th, that's when you'll start seeing movement in the both locations when the foundation for the sign will be constructed. And then we will be installing the sign on the foundation on November 10th. That is the date that has been given to us by the contractor. And I will keep everybody updated as we progress.
I'm circling that on my calendar, by the way.
The next update is on the 12th Street improvements design. We are still in design on that. I actually received the 90% plans just before 5 o'clock today. So this is exciting. There were some discoveries that were made during the 65% and the 90% plans. We did discover that there's existing fences along 12th Street that are encroaching into the city right of way by approximately at 1 foot. And this area is actually needed for the 4-foot minimum sidewalk. So once the 90% plans are complete, which is today, we'll start communicating with the property owners. The city may need to ask the property owners if they will allow right of entry onto their property for construction activities. And that's, for equipment movement, things like that. And also possible removal and replacement of the private fence encroaching into the right of way. The design schedule, in the end, we're only behind by 1 week. The engineering firm that is our city engineer, M&S Engineers, did have some recent staffing changes and they lost some people. So you can see that we were on target through August 2nd, and then the 100% plans, we're behind by 2.5 weeks. But we should be having everything complete tomorrow. And then for city review, I actually reduced that by 1 week to push it up to as close as we could to our original timeline. So instead of going out for advertisement for bid on September 26th, it's only a week behind, which is October 2nd. And then we will be opening bids on October 26th and awarding construction in November of 2023, which was on the original schedule. The Traffic Safety Committee, we did meet with applicants, and we actually only had one applicant to sit on the committee as a public member. And we did appoint Mr. Pedro Moreno, and he is happy to be with us. And we're going to be meeting every 3 months or quarterly. And we're going to be starting that up on October 19th, will be our first meeting. I also want to remind staff and the community that we did put together a traffic calming handbook, which tells you different guidance on what is and what is not doable by the city, or what can help you guide onto what you're looking for for requests. We also have a request form that is mandatory to be filled out. It can be filled out by individuals. It can be filled out by staff over the phone. So we do want to have record of all the requests, and these hard copies will go to the Traffic Safety Committee. These are all available on hard copy at City Hall in the lobby, as well as online under the Public Works Department and the Police Department, where you can even search Traffic Safety Committee. The next project that we're going to be starting is the closed circuit television cleaning and inspecting of sewer mains. We are in contract with ProPipe for a 4-year contract. We are going to be starting year 1. We're behind by a few weeks, but they are doing a little bit of asset control with GIS for us. And that's something that they're doing just out of the goodness of their heart. So we're very pleased with that. So you will be seeing some of those vehicles out and about. I did put just a snippet of a map that shows the different areas in which year they're going to be. This is considered year 1. Oops, my apologies. Which is the magenta color. We're going to start that on September 25th, and they will be doing the cleaning and videoing of those lines, and they are going to complete year 1, that magenta color, by November 10th. Year 2, if I go back up, you can see that's in a dark purple area. That is the next schedule, which is actually on this council agenda for supplemental appropriation. The contractor would like to immediately follow year 1 pending the approval of that appropriation, and it will actually save us money. They have agreed to only charge us as year 1 prices and not with the percentage increase. You can see the little table there does show that year 1, it's going to be just shy of 36,000 feet of pipe that's going to be inspected and cleaned. And the year 2 is just over 30,000. So it's quite a lot. What are we to expect from this cleaning and video inspection? Well, they're going to be telling us what kind of condition the pipes are in, and it will assist the city in prioritizing repair and replacement of the sewer main and manholes. And that prioritization will result in future capital improvement projects that will commence within 1 year. And the downtown flags. I know that this has been discussed quite a bit this evening. So I just wanted to back up, give a history. We did install 1 flag, we changed the height, and then we were able to install a second larger flag. And it's actually 3 feet taller than the original flag. And so this flag has actually been very well received by the public. We've gotten positive feedback and said, very nice, much better, great. So at this point, staff will be looking at purchasing the system and going with the larger flag size. And then staff does need to still create the criteria for the public display flags of veterans, graduates, et cetera. That has not been established yet. So that is something that will be worked out. It will take a little bit of time, but we want to make sure that we get all the flags, the holiday flags, and the standard flags going first, and then we can come up with the criteria. And that concludes my presentation. Any questions or comments?
Any questions or comments from council? I know it's not on the list here, Jamie, but do you have an update on the Apple Avenue repair, the closure on Apple Avenue?
It was to go through, the closure was to go through the end of this week. I do see that vehicles are going through there regularly now. So there's still some material staged in the area. This is the private construction encroachment upsize of a sewer main. And so it looks like they're getting closer to completion, and they should be paving at any time too.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Thank you very much.
Has there been any discussion with PG&E about the poles on the 12th Street? I know.
Yes. The project manager for PG&E actually sent out some emails today. They still do not have a scheduled date, and I did email back the urgency and the highest priority of the city council was to get those poles removed so that the pedestrians could have a sense of safety, even though we do have the sidewalk open, it's still in a construction zone. And so I did, I did stress that with them. And so I haven't heard back on if that's helped at all yet. So
I would just really keep on top of them. It's the kids walking to school is really important, but the departments, we have a lot of people waiting for them to be able to get in. We've got seniors, people that are disabled that really need that housing, and it's holding up anybody from moving in there.
Yes, and that was stressed as well.
Thank you.
And if I can interject, I think you and I have a meeting with PG&E in 2 weeks, right?
I don't know the exact date, but it is this month.
It's not next week, it's the week after, and it'll be on the agenda.
All right. Any other comments? If not, we'll move on to public hearing. K1.
Just one on the flag.
Okay, one more.
Yeah, sorry. Is there a timeline on the flags to actually get them up? Because I kind of feel like the update on the flags is the same as the last update on the flags. Like we got the feedback from the public. The bigger size was put up. Feedback was positive. So is there like an actual timeline now though to complete that?
So now we are moving into the purchasing phase. So without having that information from the vendor, I can't give an actual timeline. But I would say within a month.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. Let's move to public hearings. K1, adoption of a resolution of the City Council, City of Greenfield, rescinding a conditional use permit for commercial cannabis operations at a 12.9 acre site located at 721 and 799 El Camino Real. An introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the City Council, City of Greenfield, canceling a development agreement between the City of Greenfield and Second Sun LLC that allows commercial cannabis operations on the project site. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor White, council members. My name is Evelyn Mesa. I'm the city's newest assistant planner, and I'll be presenting a couple items tonight. So as you said, today we're presenting a request to cancel an existing development agreement and rescind the associated conditional use permit at 721 and 799 El Camino Real. In 2017, the city approved a resolution allowing commercial cannabis operations for Second Sun. It was done in conjunction with a few other businesses, but cannabis operations never advanced through the building permit process. So Second Sun never actually built any facilities in town. And recently we received a letter from Second Sun and Golden State Alternative requesting a cancellation of the DA and to rescind the CUP since they are no longer in business. At a September 5th Planning Commission meeting, the commission voted to adopt a resolution recommending that the city council cancel the existing development agreement and rescind its associated conditional use permit. Aside from the Planning Commission hearing, DA cancellation requires city council action by ordinance. This includes the first and second reading, and the CUP rescission, since it's associated with this development agreement, requires city council action through a resolution. Of course, public hearing is required. These development agreements, including their cancellation, are recorded with the county. So today, staff recommends that the city council introduce and conduct first reading on an ordinance canceling the existing development agreement for Second Sun and Golden State Alternative. And 2, to adopt resolution number 2023-113, rescinding the existing conditional use permit at 721 and 799 ECR.
All right, thank you very much. With that, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Does anybody wish to speak on this item? No one in chambers and nobody online. I will go ahead and close the public hearing and bring it back to city council comments, review, and action. Any questions? And I need a motion to adopt.
Move to adopt.
Okay, second.
Second.
Moved in second. All in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Opposed? Thank you.
Thank you.
Can I just get a clarification? Was that for both the resolution and the first reading of the ordinance? Okay.
Yeah, if you could just read on this one, the public hearing, there is a recommended motion on page. Do you have the page number, Ann?
I believe that's on.
I think it's page 104 of your agenda
156
packet. 156 is the second public hearing that we'll hear next. So 104 is the first public hearing.
Yeah. I move that the city council adopt resolution number 2023-113. The whole thing.
Yeah.
Rescinding the existing conditional use permit for commercial cannabis uses at 721 and 799 El Camino Real. And 2, introduce and conduct first reading of an ordinance canceling the development agreement between the city of Greenfield and Second Sun LLC and Golden State Alternative Care Inc. for commercial cannabis operations at 721 and 799 El Camino Real.
Do we need to take another vote on that? Or are you good?
Yes, please. Then, well, that was the motion. So then we'll need a second.
I second.
All right, been moved and seconded. Now, all in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Oh, all right, thank you. We'll move to K2. A resolution of the City Council, City of Greenfield, rescinding a conditional use permit for commercial cannabis at a 1.01 acre site located at 801 El Camino Real. An introduction and first reading of an ordinance of the City Council and City of Greenfield canceling a development agreement between City of Greenfield and Emerald Mist that allows commercial cannabis operations on the project site. Staff report, please.
Thank you. So once again, I have a pretty much identical item for you to present tonight. So we are requesting to cancel an existing development agreement and rescind its associated conditional use permit, this time at 801 El Camino Real. Like mentioned earlier, this allowed for commercial cannabis operations for Emerald Mission, adopted in 2017, but cannabis operations also never advanced through the building permit process, so they've never proceeded with any operations in the city. The owner is currently in the process of selling the property. So in order for this location to be used for other purposes, we need to get rid of the development agreement and rescind the CUP. We received a letter from them requesting this. And on September 5th, the Planning Commission adopted a resolution recommending that the City Council cancel the existing DA and rescind the conditional use permit. Once again, this requires first and second reading by City Council, and CUP rescission requires action through a resolution. Staff recommends the City Council introduce and conduct first reading on an ordinance canceling the existing development agreement for Day Boss Detail LLC and Emerald Mission, and 2, adopt resolution 114 rescinding the existing conditional use permit 801 ECR.
Thank you very much. With that, I will go ahead and open the public hearing. Any comments on this item? Seeing none, I will close the public hearing. Oh, John. I will reopen the public hearing.
Thank you for opening up the public hearing for the Emerald Mission that you grant the request from them. I made a comment at the Planning Commission for the Mark Putney for his request for Second Sun. A comment on this. I think we went through a whole lot of, well, we've been through it all, a whole lot of drama about the cannabis. I wholeheartedly supported the cannabis industry. I have no problem saying that publicly. I think it's not a downer that this is occurring. Those properties would be, as your staff mentioned, will be opened up for other services or other uses. So it's a good thing. I mean, we tried to get as many as we could that those who applied and purchased property and move forward with their projects. And to be really honest, there was a few of them decided not to come to Greenfield because there was so much debate about commercial cannabis. And that's, you know, I look back and I said, man, if we would have just been like King City and not Soledad, because they didn't want it in Soledad. But if we could just been like King City and the father of the Catholic Church would have been cool about it, We would have had more businesses. We would have had more tax revenues. Right now, you're receiving 1.1 on an average from commercial cannabis to the city of Greenfield coffers. And so that could have been easily 2.1. Those are the things that, we were looking at. It wasn't about let's make Greenfield Marijuanaville, as someone once said in public. Let's talk about developing jobs. Let's talk about increasing our revenues and becoming and widening or growing that tax base that historically the city of Greenfield's had a hard time building up that tax base. But that was then, this is now. But I wanted to make a comment on that. I'm glad, Mayor, you gave me the opportunity on the public hearing, that it's not a downer. It's hey, they gave it a try. It didn't work out. And now the properties will be used for other uses, other services, hopefully commercial development or other emerging industries that want to come down this way. I was talking to the state assembly staff about that, about tech, and that's the way I looked at it. When we were being presented with properties being purchased to bring in the cannabis industry, I was sharing with the Assembly Member Rivas' staff. I looked at it that way. If tech came today, if Google, NVIDIA, AMG, if any of those came to Greenfield, it would be an absolute yes. Come and build in our community. And that's the way I looked at it. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for your comments, John. All right, with that, I will go ahead and close the public hearing. And I will entertain a motion on this item.
I move that the city council adopt resolution 2023-114, rescinding the existing conditional use permit for commercial cannabis uses at 801 El Camino Real, and 2, introduce and conduct first reading of an ordinance canceling the development agreement between the city of Greenfield and
Dave Boss.
Okay. Dave Boss Detail LLC and Emerald Mission for commercial cannabis operations at 801 El Camino Real.
All right, I have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
The movement second, all in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. L1. Adopt a resolution, City Council, City of Greenfield supplementally appropriating in fiscal year 2023-24 the amount of $219,937 from the general fund to pay for expenditures associated with the establishment of a Tom Rogers Museum and Visitor Center. All right, staff report.
Thank you, Mayor White, members of the City Council, Paul Mugen with Community Development. I don't have a PowerPoint for you this evening because for a variety of reasons, but there's so much to say about this agenda item. I will keep it brief. This is a request for the City Council to approve a supplemental appropriation for the sum of $219,937 for the purpose of construction for related expenses to complete establishment of a Tom Rogers Museum and Visitors Facility. This is a city public works project. This is a request for that the Tom Rogers Museum Committee probably has been waiting for 30, perhaps 40 years. Members of that community, the Tom Rogers community, as well as the Park and Recreation Committee, are here with us tonight. And it's a real privilege to be able to present and ask for this supplemental appropriation. The project is the money would go toward construction expenses related to siting a new prefabricated 1,200 square foot building for use as a Tom Rogers Museum and Visitor Center. The project is located near Hicks Park at El Camino Real in Palm Avenue, abutting the parcel where the Monterey County Library is currently located. This obviously is not the first time that the Tom Rogers Committee has attempted to establish the museum in the community. at least a decade ago, an aggressive fundraising effort was undertaken by the committee. We showed bricks and did a variety of fundraising in the attempt to raise the funds necessary to construct a museum. At that time, it was projected, a new building was projected to cost approximately $200,000. With that, also operations and maintenance had not been worked out, and it just died for lack of a building, quite candidly. So last August, a member of the Parks and Recreation Board of Directors, Mr. Raul Rodriguez, approached the city and asked whether we would potentially be interested in a gift. And that gift would be this 1,200 square foot, never used, new 1,200 square foot facility that the Parks and Recreation the Parks and Recreation Board of Directors is considering purchasing for this specific purposes if the city could be a partner in this effort. I'd like to pause a moment and go back 80 years, if I could, and read the words that Tom Rogers wrote, because Tom Rogers wasn't just the first mayor of the city of Greenfield, but he was also the secretary for the Chamber of Commerce. So, and I'm quoting, this is Tom Rogers writing, after dinner, the president introduced visitors from King City, Soledad, and Salinas, then turned the meeting over to Henry Doyle, who introduced the speaker of the evening to Victor Tiggs, who spoke on law enforcement, describing the scientific methods now used by the police, which were unknown a few years ago. Mr. Doyle then turned the meeting back to the president. Now, that was May 19th, 1943. So maybe the chief can share with us what those scientific techniques might be, because I'm not so sure about that. But Tom Rogers apparently was an incredible resident of the city. Mr. Rodriguez has provided for custodial purposes the city a binder of his notes that he took of Chamber of Commerce meetings, and he discusses the board of supervisors meeting where they were considering whether this community should be an incorporated community. So since when the project died about 10 years ago for lack of a building and for lack of funds to support this effort, the treasures that once belonged to Tom Rogers and his family were put into self-storage units, and also they've been in the custody of private residences, probably some of whom are here this evening to also, we hope, support this effort. It's also salient to note that at that time, 10 years ago, when this effort happened, the city was not in the financial condition and the strength that it is today for a whole variety of reasons. And the leadership at that time was not able to support this project. We're hoping, of course, that tonight the city council might find a way to supplementally appropriate this $219,000. Also, subsequent to the first invitation to be involved in this project, the city manager Wood and a few of the department heads got together to discuss with the Tom Rogers committee members and also representatives of the board of directors of the Park and Recreations Committee to see how we could work together to make this happen. And of course, it was agreed upon that additional resources would be necessary to build it, have it secure and consistent with the building code, and have the use changed with the state architect's office. A couple of fundamental things that would be required. Should the council approve this appropriation, it would be my expectation and guess that there will be plenty of opportunity to come before the council and show you site plans, the building, how it's going to site it, and hopefully the architectural amenities that will accompany the building. Right now, those amenities are proposed to be such things as a deck, possibly barbecue facilities, nominal architecture to make it a little bit interesting and appealing to sufficiently honor the man that we're trying to honor. With that, I'll be quiet and close my remarks.
You're not excited about this, are you, Paul?
What?
You're not excited about this, are you?
I know. I know.
All right.
The binder is
And
full.
open it up for public comment, please.
Thank you, Paul.
You're welcome.
Good evening. My name is Art Silvano. I think most of you know me. I'm the chair of the Tom Rogers Community Museum Committee. And we have three other of our members here tonight. Irene Garcia, Avelina Torres, and our newest member, Clara Valdivia. Now, I want to, oh, and I forgot Cheryl. I'm sorry, Cheryl Ortiz back there. There's four of them, and me, there's five. I was a teacher, but I didn't teach math. All right. I want to thank everybody here tonight that's had any part in this. I want to thank first the Park and Recreations Committee, and in particular, Raul Rodriguez, who came up with this idea and had access to a double wide manufactured home, which I haven't seen yet. I've seen the architectural drawings of it. But anyway, he brought this to the committee, to the Parks and Rec Committee, and got their approval to go ahead and buy the manufactured home from UC Santa Cruz. That's where it was. And also having it delivered to our site near the library. It's right next between the fence and the parking lot for the library. Ours will be on the other side of the fence where the lawn is. Now, it will be used as a museum to display any local artifacts and any memoranda. And we have quite a few of them now already. They are being stored for us rent-free at a storage unit in San Lorenzo Park in King City. And they have been in some of the things for many years. But it will be used as a museum for this. This has been a vision of many of the community members for 35 to 40 years. People such as Virginia McCullough, who is Tom Rogers' granddaughter. She had this, she was the chair of the committee for a long time. Another person was Bob Thorpe, Helen McDonald, Eddie Chisholm, and many, many others that you probably have heard names of, even though they are passed away at this point. I hope I'm not being premature in acknowledging and thanking the city staff and you members of the council for your assistance in helping this dream become reality. If indeed it does become a reality, and I have every hope that it will, we will host a groundbreaking and also a grand opening that we hope all of you will attend. And one last thing, if you have or know anyone that has any items that you would like to either have displayed on loan or would give to the museum, come by my house and see me. And everybody in town knows where I live. You know that. Yeah, I taught all of you, so leave me alone. Anyway, please come by. I would give you my number now, but you might not remember it. So, but I will anyway. 831, of course, 206-9196. Paul has it. He calls me all the time, won't leave me alone. All right. Now, if you do have any of this, we will, and you actually donate it to the library, we will have a plaque honoring all those people that do and all the people that donate money or whatever to us as well. And as we get closer to this, as in we get involved in this, I will be up here talking more and more and more about it. I'm really excited about it. I know my committee is too. And anybody want to be on our committee? Raise your hand.
You got
All right. You can all be docents.
Yeah.
Thank you again, all of you, for listening.
Thank you, Art. Anyone else want to make a public comment?
You're on.
Good evening, Council. Raul Rodriguez and Clara Valvidia. We both are on the board of the Greenfield Rec and Parks District. And I did want to recognize three people. One is the Rec District and the Park Board for investing close to $60,000 in this project. It was they who made it possible. Second person I want to recognize is Paul Mugen for being excited about this project. And he mentioned to me something that has stuck to my mind, that the Greenfield history is much richer than a lot of us realize. And I think this is an ideal way to demonstrate the history of Greenfield. And finally, my best friend from college, the UC architect, UC Santa Cruz architect, who actually did the bakery, he designed the bakery for us. And he called me one day and said, Raul, we have a manufactured office for the architects that's never been used, and we're not going to use it. Are you interested? And he was thinking that I was going to make it a granny unit for my mother-in-law. And I told him, no, but let me take it to the Rec District. And things fell in place. And here we are. And the university is excited because they know that it's going to be used for a community museum. And I think they paid around $180,000 for it. So when we made the $50,000 offer, they came back and counter-offered with $45,000. And that was strange. So I just get a little nervous because they're supposed to bring it within 90 days. It has to be delivered. That was a UC Santa Cruz request, get it off our property within 90 days. So that's still a challenge to get it here, to do the site work. And thanks to Paul and Paul Wood also, who are going to make it happen. And that's pretty quick to get that place set up within 90 days. So thanks again. And we're all excited. Thank you.
And I appreciate it very much. My name is Clara Valdivia, and I've lived in Greenfield for the last 60 years, all my life. So I'm very, very excited. The president of the cemetery, it was Teresa Schettini, and she was always say that it will never happen. And now I think she's seeing this from heaven that it's going to happen. So thank you. Thank you very, very much for this.
Any other public comments?
Good evening. First of all, I want to say to Art, you weren't my teacher. But anyways, it's a pleasure to work with Art and Cheryl and Avelina in this project. We've been trying to spearhead some ideas for a long time. And I know, talking with Virginia McCullough, her dream was to try to erect something in that spot. The time frame for that area was 10 years. Otherwise, they were going to donate all this money that they worked so hard for to a nonprofit. So we went back to her and we said, look, we're trying really hard. Is there any way that you can extend it for us? So she got her family together and they decided to do that for us. So we're very, very thankful for her. And I also want to thank Mr. Raul Rodriguez for giving us this opportunity. when we were invited to their meeting, they made that suggestion for us to see if we were interested in the modular unit. And we said, of course. We jumped at the chance because we knew this was gonna be one of our last opportunities. And so things are just working and my head is just spinning because there's so many ideas coming out of my head. As I was driving here, my notebook just filled up with all kinds of information. But I hope that the city council will take this to heart and make it work for us. It's for all of us, for the community of Greenfield, because there's so many opportunities out there that people can take advantage of. And I'm sure that we can make it happen. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Good evening once again, Raul Tapia here. This is a type of work that I'm talking about. This is a time of essence, right? And so I think it's an opportunity that, thank you, Paul, once again for your eloquent words and explaining to us what this project is all about. And 40 years in the making, and now we have 90 days to make a decision to bring it here and get it developed and all that, right? So, and I know that time is of the essence and it's a crunch time, right? But this is what's important for us, as a community to encapsulate, highlight, and amplify the works of the city, what we've come together for and what we're actually representing and what we're actually to show our youth. That's what's important, that we could show them that the roads have been paved already and that they could actually take a smooth cruise down memory lane and actually exhibit the displays that are out there for us, and to honor those that came before us and the elders and everything like that, the hard work and effort that was put forward. I think that's important, and Raul and the Parks and Recs, thank you so much for that. I appreciate that, and that's going to give us opportunity to amplify the words of the people that came before us. And it's important, like I said again, that we set aside whatever personal ideologies we have and that we begin to understand what the people that were here before us that said, hey, look, let's put our differences aside and let's make this happen for the city, for the greater good. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor. Good evening again, John Huerta Jr. I'm going to lay to the side my public policy. I'm always up here, talk about public policy to you guys. This is from my family side. Thank you for all those involved with making this happen. The Tom Rogers Museum. Virginia McCullough's sister, my Aunt Evie, is their sisters, and this is great that this is happening here. It's been a long journey for that family, and to acknowledge Tom Rogers and bring this museum forward, it's a huge deal. I think, without looking at and Ann can correct me if I'm wrong. But I believe that this dedication to Tom Rogers is one of the first that the city of Greenfield has ever done. Because if you look at some of the buildings in El Camino Real corridor and some of our schools, there's nobody. And then now you guys have done this, and that's why I'm saying I'm coming here from my family. My mom's brother was married to my Aunt Evie, and that's Virginia McCullough's sister. And so thank you so much for making this happen for all those involved, the city staff, the Parks and Recreation Committee, the actual Tom Rogers Committee. We really appreciate that. My Aunt Evie lives in San Jose, California, and I had to come up here and say thank you from the family.
Thank you, John. Anyone else? All right, I'll bring it up for council comments.
When City Manager Woods told me about this, I was really excited about it because there's so much potential for this building and what it can bring to the community. we were talking about the history of Greenfield, and I was telling Paul, I said, "Oh, did you know that at that for the meat market there was a bank there, and then next to that was a pharmacy?" And he was like, "What?" I'm like, "Yeah, there's a lot of history right there," and I think it's so important to bring this, so the next generation, our generation, we can enjoy it, and then the next people that come after us. I'm excited. I can't wait to see what you all do with this facility. It's going to be really great. I think the fact that all of you have worked together with the city, with city manager, with the parks and the Tom Rogers committee, I think it's really great that you guys have collaborated, and it just shows that you all are looking out for the city of Greenfield, and I want to commend all of you.
Right. Any comments?
I just want to say I didn't know how much of work has been going on and for how long. I'm surprised to hear that. So I just want to commend you guys for staying with the goal, because a lot of people would give up after that much time, and your dedication really speaks to your passion to bring something like this to Greenfield. I'm really excited about the visitor center component of this too, just for there to be a place who, where people who are passing through can stop and learn a little bit about our, small but tight-knit community and the beauty of our city. So thank you all for the work and the years that you've put into bringing this to us.
Great. I just want to say thank you to Raul. I went down for coffee one morning and Raul proposed this idea to me and asked if city might be interested. And I said, absolutely, yes. So thank you, Raul, for bringing this thing forward. So, all right. And I'm happy to be a part of being able to move this item forward. I will now entertain a motion.
I move to adopt resolution 2023-115.
I have a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second.
Been moved in second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Congratulations. All right, we'll move on to item L2, adopt a resolution, City Council, City of Greenfield approving a supplemental appropriation for $194,000 for fiscal year 2023-24 to conduct circuit television inspection year 2 of the certified. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor White and Council. I think, Paul, that's going to be a hard one to follow up on.
You're on. Yes.
I know. That's okay. So this staff report is to approve a resolution to supplementally appropriate year 2 of the closed circuit television inspection of the sewer collection system. Back on. Oh, I didn't put it. I apologize. So we did have this 4-year CIP come to council, and the council did approve the CIP, but we only funded the first year. And since they were delayed, the contractor was delayed, we actually did not budget for the second year, which would have been in this fiscal year. So the city has complied with the state's wastewater order and mandates the agencies with a mile or more sewer collections to prepare commonly known sanitary sewer master plan or management plan. The city's complied with this order, and it's part of the city's responsibility to adequately operate and maintain the city's sewer collection system, and also to minimize and prevent sewage spills. The sewer collection system must be periodically inspected to check for potential high-risk areas for potential spills. Blockages in gravity sewer systems can be caused by buildup of debris and grease, tree root intrusion, damaged sewer pipe, and other conditions. And the most common way of detecting problems in the sewer collection system is to inspect them via CCTV or video. So also with that, in 2020, the city was subject to a lawsuit filed by California River Watch, environmental interest nonprofit group organized under the laws of the state of California. So Riverwatch, they did issue the city a notice of violation and intent to file suit under the Clean Water Act. And to avoid the high cost of litigation, both parties chose to resolve in full Riverwatch's allegations. In the agreement, the city agreed to conduct a condition assessment of the collection systems, except those gravity sewer lines that at the time the assessment is being done are less than 10 years old. So this assessment will be of the city's sewer collection system and should be completed within 7 years of the date of the agreement, which the date of the agreement was in February of 2021, which means all of these sewer lines need to be inspected by February of 2028. So with that 4-year capital project approval, we also had structured rates from the contractor for each year. Each year had a slight increase in their rates. And the total projected budget for the entire project is $858,700. The first year of CCTV work, which I mentioned in the presentation, will be starting here in a few weeks, is actually focuses on the most vulnerable sewer mains. And once we do get those assessments, we will turn those into capital improvement projects to see what we need to do. Excuse me, coughing. So I'm here tonight to ask council if they would supplementally appropriate $194,000 from the sewer enterprise fund into the capital project account for year 2 of the CCTV. The fees are summarized in the staff report, and that total includes the contingency budget and the inspection budget. I do want to point out that the contractor is really excited to be able to do year 2 right away, to be able to provide us with more assessment for a larger capital project. But they've also agreed to keep year 1 prices for year 2, since we'd be able to run them back to back. So that will be a cost savings to the city. Any questions?
Right. Any public comments? I see one hand raised. Is B wanting to talk on this, or is this an old? Okay.
So this is B. My hand was raised for the Tom Roger ones, and it kept on going. So I think you guys are having major problems with your tech thingamajiggers. Thank you.
Thank you, B. Sorry about that. All right. I will bring it back for city council comment. This is pretty straightforward. I'll entertain a motion on this item. Need a second?
Second.
Then moved in second. All in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Opposed? All right. Thank you. L3, a resolution, City Council, City of Greenfield supplementally appropriate Public Works Capital Improvement Project budget for 3-year street rehab for fiscal year 22-23 to fiscal year 23-24 for a total of $1,949,375.50. Staff report, please.
Good evening again. So back on April 11th of 2023, the City Council approved a contract with Pavement Coatings Company to construct the 2023 pavement maintenance project, which was 2 maintenance projects in 1 year. And the purpose of passing an annual budget is to better coordinate the annual strategy and projects over the course of the fiscal year. So even though the city had a budget in place for this past fiscal year, project execution, we know it's not an exact science, and we need to make adjustments. So the contractor actually started work in June. They wanted to just provide us with 1 invoice. They are not complete. We did do a contract change order to paint the school crosswalks. That still has not occurred yet. We're waiting on the schedule. And so we wanted to just move the money from last fiscal year and appropriate it to this fiscal year to cover that invoicing when it does come in. It will have some work out of last fiscal year, but we're not exactly sure how much the billing would be. So to make it a little bit easier to process through, we wanted to go ahead and just supplementally appropriate from last fiscal year to this fiscal year the $1,949,375.50.
Any public comments? Seeing none, I'll bring it to council. Any questions from council? Great, I'll entertain a motion. Oh, B, there you go.
Go ahead, B.
Okay, sorry. Technical, I don't know if it's your part or my area. My only question, to you, mayor, council members, have you guys taken a walk on the areas where all this work was done? I would really appreciate that there's some areas that need to be either repatched or, a little work on it. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
If you don't mind, I can respond to that. So we are still working with the contractor. There is a punch list. So the areas have been walked and there are areas that have to be repaired that were previously done. So it is not complete. So we appreciate the comments on the areas so that we can make sure they are in the punch list.
Great. Thank you very much. All right. Council comments?
Amy, can we ask for an updated list of which streets are completely finished and like those that were done but are going to be revisited? So that the community can check, if they have a question about when their street is going to be done, or my street was done, but there may be issues, and that way they know that it's going to be revisited.
Yeah. So what I can answer right now is all of what I'll call the blacktop, whether it was the pavement, the slurry, the fog seal, all of that is complete pending the punch list items. So there are some situations where some areas were missed, or there might be some areas that have come off due to oil being on the existing asphalt. But all those areas have been completed pending the repairs that we're seeing that need to be done. As far as the striping in the old town on the numbered streets, majority of that has been completed as per the original contract, which is the stop signs, stop bars, things of that nature. In the assessment districts, there is quite a bit of work to be done on the stop sign areas, stop bars, and the lettering. And so that hasn't been completed yet. And then also on the contract change order for the painting of the school crosswalks, they have only done 2 areas. And they were having a lot of problem with the heat and the thermoplastic melting. So they couldn't do it in the extreme heat. And so then they got backed up with another project. So we're working with them on the schedule currently to get those complete. And they have until October 11th, and that they have 100 working days. And if it's not complete by then we would go into liquidated damages.
I know that I had given you a couple of places that some of the residents were concerned with. And so those would be on that list that probably were looked at to see if they needed to be redone.
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions? If not, I'll entertain a motion on item L3.
Move to adopt.
Second.
Second.
We moved and seconded. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Thank you. L4, a resolution, City Council, City of Greenfield, amending the salary schedule and approving a 4% cost of living adjustment for the non-represented employees for fiscal year 2023-24. Staff report, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So this is a cost of living adjustment request for all of our non-represented employees at the city. A cost of living adjustment refers to an increase in income based on an estimation of how much money is needed to maintain a particular standard of living. It's based on inflation. Here in Greenfield, each of the labor bargaining units has a COLA, cost of living adjustment, in their agreements. because those unrepresented employees do not formally negotiate for benefits such as COLAs, it has become incumbent upon the city manager to bring forth to the city council these items, thus this request. The COLA would be effective July 1, 2023 and run for 1 year. At that time, the city manager would consider the next year's COLA. We're looking at a COLA this year of 4%, and that's based almost exclusively on the San Francisco Bay Area inflation rate, which the average of the year for this past year was, I believe, 4.1%. We have approximately 30 employees that fall under this. Would fall under this increase, and the estimated cost of the city would be $82,324. And the list of positions, there's only 21 or 22 positions listed, but there are multiple employees in particular positions, right? That's the request. I'll take any questions.
Any public comments on this? Seeing none, bring it to council. Any questions? So Paul, this brings us this group into alignment with the other negotiated.
Yeah, all the other negotiating groups, we've gotten to the point where the COLA is one of two major parts. We discuss salary structure in the STEP system, which is really performance-based, and trying to keep that in line with the geographical area that we're in. And the second part, which is really not under anyone's control, is the inflation rate, and that's the COLA part. And yes, not everybody got the same COLA, because it really depends upon what else they're getting in their package, but it is all based basically around the same number for this year. Okay.
All right. Any other questions? I'll entertain a motion.
Move to approve.
I need a second.
Second.
Been moved in second. All in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
L5. Consideration of filling a vacant city council seat, District 1. Staff report, please.
Good evening, Mayor White and City Council. Here we are again. So just as a matter of background, as you know, the Councilmember Ontalon notified the city clerk that she was resigning from her District 1 city council seat on May 23rd of this year. On July 18th, the city council appointed Councilmember Dominguez, who was sworn in on July 25th. And again, that was for District 1. On August 22nd, Councilmember Dominguez informed myself that he would be moving out of District 1, thus no longer being eligible to hold that council seat. And he moved effective September 1st, so his council seat became vacant. So tonight, task before you is to decide whether or not to appoint or call for a special election to fill that council seat. As you'll recall, you have 60 days to decide one way or the other to either actually appoint somebody or to actually call for a special election. The successor's term is different depending upon whether or not they're appointed or elected. The lawmakers prefer an election just because it allows the people to choose the council person. And so in that case, if a special election is called and the person is elected, they will hold the whole rest of the District 1 term, which will end on November 2026. Of course, the first opportunity for a special election won't be until March of 2024. So that person whom is elected will hold office from March of 2024 until November of 2026. And there will be a vacancy from now until March of 2024. If you appoint somebody, they would take office as soon as they're appointed and sworn in. But they would only hold office until the next general municipal election, which is in November of 2024, which time there would be just a regular election for that seat. And that elected person would hold office until November of 2024, or I'm sorry, 2026. So little confusing in terms of the terms, but just keeping in mind that the lawmakers favor an election. And so in that case, the person would hold a term for a longer amount of time. The other thing you may want to consider is that the cost of a special election, the city clerk did call the county and they gave an estimate of anywhere between $17,484 and $29,140. So a little bit of a lower cost than some of the what you've seen before because it is just for the one district. And then I do think those are, and of course, the person who is either appointed or elected will have to reside in District 1. So with that, you do have, as they mentioned, two options. You can either appoint a successor, and you can do that in any way you would choose. So you can do what you've done in the past and accept applications and then hold public interviews. You could nominate and just appoint somebody from the dais without the interview process. And then alternatively, as I also mentioned, you can call for a special election, in which case, I'll work on that. Any questions? Oh, first. Typically questions and public comment.
If we don't do the special election and they are voted in November, how long do they sit on this?
So if they're voted in this November 2024, they will finish the District 1 term, which is ending in 2026. So 2 years.
2 years.
Yeah.
But that is with them.
Because that just was a different rotation.
Right. So either way, there's going to be a general election for District 1 in November of 2024.
Okay.
So I'm sorry. I take that back.
Yeah.
There will be either an election in March of 2024 if you choose to just go with a special election, or there will be a general election in November of 2024. So one or the other will occur no matter what. Did I answer your question?
Yeah, that's
okay.
Okay. So we have 3 seats that will be voted on in November, correct? 3 districts.
And right, unless someone's elected in March.
Yeah. Okay.
Any other questions? All right.
Yeah, go ahead. Comments? Okay. So, for the last time that we spoke,
Mayor White, do you want to take public comment?
Oh,
before
let's go do that. All right. Any public comment from the chambers? And
Okay, good evening again. I'm not going to reiterate everything I said the last time this came up, but I will point out that District 1 has been basically in limbo since May with the resignation. And I was told that it's unfortunate that Mr. Dominguez lasted 28 days, but I was told personally recruited by Ms. Undalan to fill that seat, and that didn't work out. So I am going to reiterate my request that you appoint Drew Tipton to this seat, because not only is experience important and necessary for not only these seats, but also the other boards that you're involved in, specifically the Solid Waste Authority where he served before, because Greenfield is, I wonder what everybody's thinking. Now we're going to be on our person number 3 here. So again, I think experience is important, and even more important is recent experience, because we don't have any more time to keep doing this. Another 60 days is going to bring us to what, November? You guys know the process. You've been here before. We know what to do. You guys know what to do. I'm not in favor of a special election in March. That cost it's not worth it. I'd rather the election occur in November like it's going to. And this is just, again, a short-term stopgap measure with the most qualified person to do it, in my opinion. Everybody can have a good heart and good intention, but experience does matter, especially on outside boards. So I know he's not here tonight, but I do have his permission to say that he is still able and willing to do it. He was committed enough to run for the seat. He was committed enough to apply, not once, not twice, but twice. So that's what we need. We need somebody committed and experienced and willing to do the job and hit the ground running. And as City Attorney Thompson said, you can make an appointment tonight from the dais. So thank you.
All right. We have 2 hands raised.
Gabby?
Speaking for my mom who does live in District 1, there hasn't been any representation. I think it's important to have representation. It's been since May. We've tried other methods. I think I was open to other methods. I was actually excited about the new council member because he seemed like he had a good heart. But I will again chime in and say that Drew Tipton lost by a few points. It wasn't a huge margin, and I definitely agree that he's demonstrated his leadership and he has experience. Thank you.
Right. Thank you very much.
Beatrice?
Hi, good evening. I would say no appointment. My recommendation would probably be to go ahead and take applications. I keep hearing this, Mr. Tipton lost by only a few votes. If you can remember, Ms. Rodriguez and Ms. Ortiz, you guys were not, on board on council then. But Irene Garcia lost by very few points, and they tried to appointing her there, and they didn't want to. They went the other way around. So I think that if worst comes to worst, as much as we hate to be losing money, I think that the best thing for our district, for all this trauma that we have been going, I am, in support of, going into elections. And I realize, I hate to spend money, but I think this would probably be better for, for us to go. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Anyone else?
Good evening. I'm Robert Urquidez. I live at 774 McDonald Way. I'm in District 1, but I'm on the Planning Commission, and I don't want to lose that seat. So otherwise, I would have put myself in nomination. But I think Drew Tipton would be a good fit till the next election. I don't think we need to spend money on a special election until November of 2024. So.
Okay. Thank you very much. All right. Okay. Back to council.
Thank you.
Oh, we do.
Oh, I'm sorry. Good evening, Council. Cynthia Zavala. I'm here. I'm not in District 1, but I've seen this whole process since the beginning, and I feel like there's maybe personal, agendas. We have Drew Tipton that's been here before you guys twice. He ran and unfortunately lost by a few votes, but he did the work. And he's been trying, to come back. And I think it's only fair to appoint him. He's the only one that I see here come twice and show interest to be on council. He's experienced, and I don't think that we should be wasting any more time when we can have an experienced council member up there. Thank you.
Okay.
Mayor White, it looks like there's an additional public comment on Zoom.
All right.
Mr.
Huerta. John.
Yes, you hear me?
Yes, go ahead, John.
Yeah, I just got in. So we live in a democracy. I don't think well, one thing I know, the the selection shouldn't be, or appointed shouldn't be by 3 council members. That's not, enough outreach to the community. Again, we're a democracy. We're not an autocracy. I mean, we're not talking about somebody that has experience or someone that doesn't have experience. It doesn't work that way. And so I would think that a special election would be the best route. I know the city of Watsonville has it in their policy that once a opening or resignation occurs on the city council, there is no deliberation from the city council. It is an automatic election. I think I was going to bring this up later down the line, but I think I got to bring it up tonight to your attention that I think that's the route that we need to take so we can keep democracy in place. And lastly, I think this item again needs to be fully vetted by the community, not just a certain few. And thank you for the opportunity.
Right. Thank you very much, John. Looks like we have one more hand raised there.
Zoom. Yeah, good afternoon. Good evening. Once again, Raul Tapia here. It's important that we give new fresh ideas and new innovational thoughts, to this board, and so twice Mr. Tipton's come forth, and I also have come a second time here now myself. So, I think that would be a great opportunity for, a fresh idea, fresh face to represent this community at large, and so hopefully that, we do go to elections, and John is right, City of Watsonville has adopted that ideology that, go to elections immediately. And so I think that would be a best bet, to have it done via elections, for the district open seat. So, I mean, with that said, I'd urge you that, the consideration be thoughtful and mindful, and that it does get rendered that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comments. All right, Council.
Okay, I'll go first. So I took it upon myself to do some canvassing. Unfortunately, I would have liked to have spent more time visiting more homes in District 1. And but the homes that I did get to, I'd like to share with you what they said. A lot of the people that I spoke to, I don't mind sharing with council, but I think that, they, if they don't want their name used, then, I'm not going to use their name. And so, but I can use their address. They gave me permission. So I went to, well, actually this one said I could. So I spoke to Kim Perez. She lives at 232 right up the street. It's right over from where Thorpe is at. That street that's right there. And she said that she's concerned because she doesn't know who her council person is, and they haven't known. She talked about a lot of things that concern her in her community and wants to know, who does she talk to? Who can I talk to? I did tell her that since, they didn't have representation right now, like a district person, that they could easily contact myself, Mayor, Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez, and Councilmember Martinez. So I did let her know that. Some of the things that she talked about is she wanted to speak to somebody about an inclusionary park. Her child is not a child, actually, it's an adult in a wheelchair, and they really need somewhere that they can go and take their daughter. At the same address, I spoke to Val Kambunga, and he wants more info on what's being built. He said it's very important that they know what's being built in their district. He says there's a lot of parking issues. He wants to know who he can talk to about these concerns that he has and what's coming into the community. He felt that he wasn't represented And yeah, so that's on him. I spoke to Mark Perez, and that was at 344 Chianti. And he's 4 voters there, but I only spoke to him 1. He also said that he wanted, all these other people said that they would prefer somebody appointed. Let me go back a little bit. What they stated was they wanted somebody appointed if it was only for 3 months, maybe the seat was empty, vacant, that they would be okay with that and waiting. But since it's such a longer amount of time and they are going to be able to vote in November, that they don't mind somebody being appointed. They would actually like somebody to be appointed to the seat. So I spoke to Mark Perez at 344 Chianti. He said a lot of his concerns were about overcrowding and parking. Who do I talk to? I spoke to Gabriela Ceja at 438 Cardona. She's a registered voter. She said she's concerned about the South Help project that's coming next. Her house is directly next to the lot. So if you stand in front of her house, the lot's right there. So she's got a lot of concerns. She has a lot of questions about what's going to happen. Again, she says she wants representation. She wants somebody that she can speak to that would help her understand, what's to be expected in her community. I spoke to Jose Jaramillo, 476 Cardona, and I only went to him because he was washing his car. So he was outside, so I went up and talked to him. He really didn't have any comments. He said that he would prefer to have an appointment. And I asked everybody if they had anybody that they would like to, in mind that they would want appointed. And only a couple of them said, and I'll get to them. I talked to Carol Radis. She's a registered voter. She doesn't live in District 1. She lives on the next street over. That's District 2. And she said, also, they have a lot of concerns about parking and overcrowding. They don't know who that they're supposed to go to. I talked to Erica Gallegos, also a registered voter, another person that lives right across the street. And, I didn't want to stop them from giving their input, because everybody's input is crucial here in town. And so also they feel that they're underrepresented and they want an appointment. I talked to Socorro Diaz, which lives back over here on this section of District 1. She also is a registered voter, a lifelong resident, and a business owner. And she wants an appointment. And she didn't have any idea of who to appoint. I talked to Chair Garcia and her family at 374 Thorpe, and they would like an appointment, and they would like to see Drew Tipton appointed. Like I said, a lot of these people said that, if it was a short amount of time, they'd be more than happy to wait to have somebody, elected. But the fact that it is probably like 11 months, they feel that they need representation because of so many things going on, especially on that side of town right now. Departments coming in with the Avila project getting bigger, with stores coming in and whatnot. One of the concerns they had was about the park and the, potentially having the self-help home, what's going to happen with traffic and the kids. And so there's a lot of concerns like that. I wish I would have been able to go out to more houses, but I wasn't able to due to time constraints, so I couldn't do that. But the overall, every single one of them said they want an appointment. I understand that we can have a special election in March, $17,000 to $29,000. And I am all for the people voting, but I don't want to spend that money. I would prefer to appoint, and even though it's for a short amount of time. And then at that time, I would really like to hopefully see more candidates stand up and, throw their hat in the ring and do what they need to do to, run for that seat The only thing I'd say about appointing is that I think it's changing. Our council seats are changing. People want more engagement with their representatives. They want a place that they can go to. They want somebody who's accessible to them. And I think, we've had some really good council members throughout the years that have done a lot of that work. I know a lot of us have really busy schedules and, it's kind of hard to get out there and go to events and whatnot. But I just really hope that we can move forward on this and appoint somebody. And I'm going to go ahead and make a motion right now. I know that you all need to speak, but I'm going to go ahead and make a motion to appoint Drew Tipton for the remainder of the District 1 seat that will be going to election in November. Are we not all able to speak? No, that's what it said. You can speak. Yeah, you can still comment.
Yeah, I have several comments, but the first actually is a question for you, Councilmember Ortiz, because you were very clear in the last meeting that should this situation ever arise again, you absolutely, in hindsight, would have voted even back then for a special election so that the voters could speak. If I could just finish my question. Okay. So what I want to know is, was that true or why did that change?
Actually, that is true. I am very happy that they will be going to election in November, if that's what we decide to do tonight. I'm happy that they're going. It's very important that they choose who they want, but I've spoke to people and I wish that I could still keep on going, but tonight we have the meeting to do that. It's a short amount of time. It's not very long. The District 1 wants representation. I am doing my district over here, but I'm more than happy to go over there if somebody needs to speak to me. I know that the mayor is always open to speaking. I don't know what your schedule is, to be able to connect with that side of, that district. And I am all for voting. I think that the people need to vote. But right now they need representation. And even if we do an election, it's still not to March. And from March is April, May, June, July, August, September. It's 8 months.
And it would have been longer. So what I'm saying is those facts, District 1 needs representation. Everything that you just stated was the same a month ago when you said that you regretted voting for an appointment. It is the same facts now. So, but you feel differently now.
No, I don't feel differently. What I'm saying is that I've spoken to the district residents, and yet I could have hopefully talk to more. They want representation now. I'm for an election, but I'm not going to expend that election when the person only has to sit there for possibly 10 months, because we're going to be off in November. We have holidays. December we have holidays, and then we're off in August. So there's not, it's not going to be for a long amount of time.
But we were given the cost last time too, and you still said that you would have voted that way instead.
Well, I'm not going to keep going around.
No, because those facts haven't changed.
I like the vote, but I'm also listening to it. Everybody talks about listening to the community, community. I went and I listened to what they said. These are not people. The only people that I know on here are the Garcias. Everybody else I don't know. I went to their homes. I left cards on people's houses to have them contact me. Nobody did. Nobody else called anymore, which I would have happily went and got on the phone with them. Even though I was at work, I would have got on the phone with them. So yes, I am for elections, but right now, this District 1 has nothing to do with my district. District 1 wants representation, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to give them representation if I can.
So I think the voices, I appreciate that you went out and did canvassing work. I don't feel the need to do that make sure I'm speaking to registered voters, because the voice of the registered voters was already heard. They already went out and said what they wanted. And that was that Drew Tipton, who had already held a seat for 4 years, I believe, I don't know, I could be wrong. So he already did work up here respectfully. And some people were happy with that work. He has support here in the audience. And the majority were not, and did not wish for him to continue to be their representative. They had the opportunity to vote for him. And regardless, the numbers keep being brought up, which I think is unfair, because if your side is the winner, then you're not going to care about the numbers. If the person that you were supporting lost, then they lost by a little bit. That's doesn't matter. Our democracy is that majority wins. Majority said they don't want Drew to represent them anymore. So I appreciate that you spoke with a dozen or so people that want the representation now. But I think that we have a duty to all of the registered voters of District 1, not just those who called you back, to give them that voice that you said you wanted to give them. And I also agree with one of the callers that said, we shouldn't be making a decision as a 3-person council on this. This affects the entire city. So we should at least have all the reps here that were elected to represent the city, or appointed in my case. So.
Okay. Question from the council. Being as there is 3 of us here, is it a simple majority, or is it need a 3-person vote if we?
It is a simple majority of the members present.
Okay.
I just want to go on record and say I feel like it would be unethical to make a decision to people for the entire council and the entire city to move forward with that.
I'd like to say something. You said that the majority of people don't want Drew Tipton in?
Of those who voted.
Of those who voted.
Made their voice heard.
Okay.
Yes.
So if the person that was voted in that took his place left the district or resigned, what's the difference if Drew Tipton didn't come back in for the majority until November of 2024?
That the voters from his district already had their voices heard, and their voice was that they did not want him to be their representative. And I just want to address also the comment about, so many people, there's so much confusion about who do I go to, but all of us on this council should be clarifying and dispelling those, misconceptions when they come up of who do I go to, or I don't know, or I don't have representation. We are all representatives of everybody in Greenfield. Absolutely. Nobody should even allow that conversation to go past that. And I'm not saying that anybody does, but whenever we start hearing, if somebody from District 3, Councilmember Ortiz's district, came up and said, I don't even know who to go to. I don't know how to get a hold of her. Conversation ends there. This is how you can get a hold of her. But if you don't want to, you don't have to either, because we are all here for you. And all of our information is out there to the public. It's also our duty to make sure that all the residents in the community, whether they agree with our position on our voting or not, know that all of us represent the whole city. So there isn't a district without representation. That's very important for me to say, because it's not true. There is not a district without representation. We are all here to represent all the residents of Greenfield.
And I stated that.
Yeah. No, I'm not questioning that you did. Okay. I just want to clarify, because the city's watching, whoever's watching. Yeah. If there's that much confusion about, you have no idea who to go to, come to any of us. All of our information is on the website. All of us of how to get here. Come in, call Ann. You can contact me. We're all open to that. And I want people to know that. This isn't about stripping somebody's right to be represented.
Well, I think,
Mayor, if I could just one moment, Mayor White. So public comment is effectively reopened, and this gentleman hasn't had his entire 3 minutes.
Okay, very good.
The only thing I have to say is, if the District 1 is open, there should be somebody going around District 1 seeing who they like to have in, because I've never been notified. I found out from the school teacher that he left the district. And that's the only way I found out about it. So, if somebody needs to represent District 1, then they should be entitled to know that it's an open seat. A lot of people don't know it's an open seat. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Being asked, public comment is reopened. We can go to those who are in the audience. And then we'll reach out to the online people.
Okay, so
Yes.
hi again. Thank you for reopening public comment because there's one point that I keep forgetting to make. You keep mentioning that the majority didn't want Drew, but do you know how many voters are in District 1? Just under 1,200. Do you know how many people voted in that election? A total of 400-ish. So the majority didn't care to vote. So that's a problem. And that's a problem with going to districts too. So, and then you keep mentioning that, Ms. Antolon won by 17 votes, 4%. I wonder how many of those who voted for her are a little disappointed that she abandoned us. Maybe they have a change of heart. So you can't keep using that he lost because circumstances have certainly changed. Thank you.
All right. We have people online.
Yeah. Yeah.
Gabby?
Yes, I just want to point out, Ariana, you said it's unethical to vote, but I think it's unethical to have Ms. Martinez here because I guarantee you she wouldn't appoint Tipton because he's been vocal about the whole abuse of power. So again, I think that would be unethical for her to even say yes or no regarding Mr. Tipton. Because I know what her answer is. And I'm questioning your ethic and your alliance because it seems that you're on Ms. Martinez. You and her are aligned. It's very clear to me now. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your comment. Next.
Zoom user.
Thank you. Once again, Raul Tapia here. What said here is important. It's not what our personal preference is. It's what the vote for the people is. And we should always have that at the forefront. Again, I always talk about our youth and how our youth could be of service, and this is one of the important things that we have people watching. And like I said, there's always somebody watching at every corner, at every angle. And so I really do highlight the fact that I want to make sure that you guys understand that it is important. I know that Ms. Yaneli Martinez tried to make an attempt to be there via Zoom or whatever technical difficulty she was having, and not able to actually be there through the microphone or whatever. Not shouldn't impede her from actually making the vote. And the vote is for the people. And so I really think that the special election is important, even though it's a small time frame, like Ms. Ortiz said, for the seat. But a lot of people, I've been canvassing myself, and I've been talking to the youth, I've been talking to the people out here in this community, to actually round up a certain set of individuals that you might know personally or might not know, or that you've shared coffee or whatever with, that doesn't make a constituency. A constituency is the majority people, and the majority of the people say, hey, you know what, we need change, we need advancement, we need improvements, we need different things. And so I have a list of items too that I've collected through time to talking to people, because I'm on the field. I'm consistently walking. I have a vehicle, but I just decided to walk. I decided to use public transportation. I decided to be of service to the community, and that's what should be at the forefront: the community, not our personal gain, our personal interests. And Miss Antolon, whatever decision she did make, she made it in a respectful, ethical manner. So let's keep that in mind, And again, I always say let's Ms. Martinez's unfortunate outcomes that are happening with her right now and her family. We should always keep that in mind too. There's stuff that is out of our control. But to be of service to the community, that's what we're here for. And we're here to represent the people and the future generations to come. And I think, Ms. Ortiz, you said that yourself, the generations that come to see the beautification of Greenfield, that's what's important. The highlighting of our work and our ethics and our values and our core beliefs. That's what should be at the forefront of this governance body. And I think that, special elections is the way to go. To have 3 individuals appoint somebody right now is premature and really not the right thing to do. Thank you.
Beatriz.
Hi, good evening. Beatriz Diaz. I don't even know how to begin this one. I'm a little disappointed on what we're going through. I agree totally with Councilmember Rodriguez. I don't think the 3 board members, if they all vote yes or 2 no and 1 yes, etc., should have my voice, my vote, to who I want to be represented by. I think that special elections will be the correct way to do it so that we can all, have our own representation on who we choose. I know Councilmember Ortiz, says that she talked to this person, she talked to that person and all that. Well, let me tell you, Ms. Ortiz, I've talked to many residents and I am on District 1. And let me tell you, majority of the people that I talk to, they don't want Tipton. They want a new face. They want a new vision. So I don't know who you're talking to, whether it's just your friends that they're on your side, on your group, etc. But let's have transparency. And I don't feel that you are on that transparency deal. And I want to thank you. I'm a little upset, disappointed, but I, do hope that we go through special elections, because I think that District 1, which I am one, and numerous people that I know of, yeah, somebody mentioned about 1,200 and 400, people voted. That's not your problem. It's not my problem. So why should we blame the ones that did vote, and the other ones didn't? So take that into consideration. Nobody can put a gun on anybody to go vote. Thank you.
John.
Good evening. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can. Go ahead, John.
Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. First of all, the personal attacks, that needs to stop. I mean, Angela Ontalon is no longer an elected official. And so I don't think, that's appropriate. Talking about that she abandoned her district and so forth. That's just negativity. Second of all, you got to have a process for this. Many people in our community aren't connected to the city council meetings. Mayor, I don't think you need to take a vote on this, to be honest. This is just a rapid, looks like, kind of set up to be in this way, with Yaneli Martinez not being present. So I would, as I said earlier, and I thank you for opening it up to the public and bringing the transparency. The last 4.5 years, there hasn't been very much transparency in the city. A lot of people know that. Let's not be kidding around. And so I think that if you were to take a vote, Mayor, that is the wrong move. You need to bring this to a process. Either you guys decide between the 4 that are there as council elected official, or a special election. Those are my recommendations. And again, no personal attacks. Those days are over. There shouldn't be any personal attacks. Thank you for the opportunity, Bob.
Thank you very much. Yes, Jürgen, go ahead.
Good evening. I'm Jürgen Smith. I live in District 1. Okay. I like to have somebody sit up here and represent us. Okay. We had an election. Okay. Drew got number 2 on the election. Okay. He had lots of votes, but he didn't have enough. Okay. Ms. Antolon Vaughn, she left. You know what? He's very highly experienced. We need somebody up here that knows the town, that knows how to work the system regarding all the system of the red tape that we all know about, how to get things done up here in City Hall. Because a lot of times, they say you can't fight City Hall, but you know what? You can if you have the right people representing at the city, okay? We have an option, make an appointment. Number two, there was nobody else that was running that wanted the job. If they wanted it, they would have put their name on the ballot, okay? If you don't want to elect him, appoint him, have a special election. Okay, yeah, between what, $12,000 and $19,000? It's only money to burn, but it would be for a good cause to get that seat filled. Okay, but if we don't want to spend that money, we do have a good person qualified that could be appointed. We have big projects jumping off. Okay, let's move the city, let's move it in the right direction. Let's get things done. Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the comments. All right, we're going to make a comment.
Well, I was just going to remind you that you do have a motion on the table.
Right.
Okay.
All right, we have a motion on the table. Before we vote, I know we have many issues facing the city right now. We need to get beyond this appointment. We need to fill this position. We need representation in that district. Drew put his name forward. He was the only one besides Angela that put his name forward. I am going to go ahead and I'm going to second the nomination for Drew Tipton. So we have a motion and a second. I would like to do a roll call vote. Ann, please.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Rodriguez,
No.
Mayor White.
Yes. All right. We have filled the position. Congratulations, Drew. All right, we'll move to item L6, consideration of water rate increase and water rate implementation. Staff report, please.
Good evening again. So as you'll recall, on June 27th, the City Council did approve water and sewer rates based on a legally required Proposition 218 rate study and notification process. It was discovered, though, prior to implementing those rates in early July and actually implementing them in the city software system, that the previously, my apologies, I got distracted. The previously adopted flat portion or account charge of the water rate hadn't been implemented from the previous rate increase in 2016. And so this is hopefully just a reminder to you, because we did discuss and you acted upon this at the last meeting in July, or yes, the last meeting in July. And so on July 25th, you as a council directed staff to postpone increasing the water rates until there was a little bit more research done as to why the previously adopted flat charge or account charge hadn't been actually charged to customers or implemented. And so you placed a hold on that rate increase, which has been in effect since July 25th. And in the meantime, the city manager and I had a discussion with the rate consultant and also did some more research to try to determine what actually occurred. I would say that we didn't really figure out why the rate wasn't implemented back in 2016 or 2017. But we did confirm with the rate consultant that the rates that you did approve were legally defensible, that the notification process was conducted legally, and that the rates are truly the cost that's needed to charge customers to provide the water service. So I guess I should step back and explain again that when you adopt water or sewer rates or utility rates, that rate itself can only be as high as is needed to actually provide the service to the customers. So, the day-to-day operating, and then also the capital improvements that need to occur. And so that's what that rate study did, is it determined that those rates that they recommended to you and that you approved were what was needed for the city to continue providing good, reliable water and sewer service. And so, as I said, we confirmed with the rate consultant that the rates they created were what is needed in the future, despite the error that had occurred for the previous several years. And so what we're asking today is that you kind of decide what to do next. You have adopted the rates. You really in July just kind of put a hold on them. And so your options now are to either implement the full rate that you've already adopted. You could not implement the full rate that you've adopted and step back again. You did at the end of July or in June, you did actually adopt 5 years worth of rates. So we've put a pause on that first year increase, but there is already a pre-approved rate increase for next July. And so you could, not implement the rate increase this year, and then those subsequent years that are already approved could go forward. Or you could phase in this current year increase that you approved, but you could choose to implement it differently than how it's typically done. So perhaps half in December or, whatever that looks like for you. So I know it's a little confusing. So are there any questions?
Yeah. So the rate is approved and never implemented.
Right.
We are talking about possibly implementing that and our rate increase.
Right. So I will clarify that the previous city council, so whoever was seated in 2017, approved an account charge that at the time was about $13. And that $13 should have been charged to every customer since that time, but it wasn't. So it was pre-approved. That council approved that. And what you did in June was you approved an increase to that fee of $13 to about $20. So, for all intents and purposes, you actually increased the rate about $7, but to customers, it will look like a $20 increase because they haven't been charged that previously adopted rate. So it's a little nuanced and confusing, but that's what's occurred.
So what would it mean to us if we staggered, say if we implement right now what we should have done? I'm just trying to make it very clear for the public because a lot of I'm trying to understand, so I can imagine, anybody else would struggle to understand. And sometimes it's just easier to talk about dollar amounts. What does it mean if we just do the first part? What should have been implemented originally? How much is it?
For a customer's bill okay. So if you just implemented the previously approved dollar amount, I actually don't amount. I'll tell you that.
No, I don't have it either, but the rate that didn't get charged was $12.97.
Okay. Is there
per month per
month?
account.
Okay. And so we could stagger that the next rate that we increase. Do we have to do it all at one time or?
No, I think really the options that you have are everything from implementing the whole kit and caboodle, which is what you've already approved, doing nothing, which that's an option. It's not a great option, or somewhere in between. And that's really treading the line between, how much do you charge, what seems reasonable, and how long does it go? This is a 6-year rate increase. So it goes up every year. So it's the short story is the people that develop the rates, they went through all of the work that we need to get done on the water system. They went through everything and they said, okay, well, if your standard monthly charge, they increase the rates based on usage, which is fine. And that doesn't seem to be a problem. But this standard monthly charge needs to be $20 and whatever it was. It's around $20, right? And that would get us enough money over the next 6-year period to get us to be able to do the capital projects that we need for our water system. So honestly, if we are to trust that study, and I believe that we should, anything short of implementing the whole thing that you've already approved is going to leave us without quite enough money to do all the things that we want to do over the next 6 years.
We're
Okay.
talking about $18. You said 19, oh, 19. Okay.
Yeah,
Oh, yeah.
1936.
Sorry.
1936, right?
I'm tired.
And that's a big jump. I mean, we went into it thinking, well, it's not as big a jump because we're going from 13 to 19.
Yeah.
But the reality is the ratepayers have not been paying that because of decisions that were made actually in 2016 is when it was.
Well, I think we've heard from a lot of the public that have come here that, that a lot of them are struggling to pay those bills, and I don't know, this is a very difficult decision. Very difficult.
Yeah, so we've put off the last time in July, we put this off. We do have one more meeting this month before the bills will go out at the beginning of October. So whatever council decides to do, you can decide to make the zero option, which is currently what's been happening the last 6 years, not advisable. You can implement the whole thing, which you've already approved, or somewhere in between. The somewhere in between, I'm not exactly sure if we've done enough studying of what all those projects are and what those timelines are to say what makes the most sense. We know it would probably be a graduated increase, probably once a year. We already have that in the current rate structure. So because we have to make up $13, it would have to be, those percentage increases every year will have to go up faster. And we won't end up with as much money at the end of that 6 years anyway, because we're staggering it rather than doing it all at once. That's a tough decision.
Yeah. And I will point out that you can only increase rates up to the amount that you that was approved and also went out in the Prop 218 notices to the customers. And so in those subsequent years, you can't make up the difference from this year in those subsequent years if it means that those later years will have a higher rate than what the customers were notified, unless you want to re-notify it. So that's an option as well, but there's just that additional step.
Well, I just want to be perfectly clear for the public. The $13 was approved not by this council, not by its administration. It was approved before, was not implemented properly, and has been held off for at least 5 to 6 years.
It's 6 years.
Okay. But this council approved the rate increase of around $7. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I tend to think $20 is a pretty big hit for our community based on what we've heard the other day. I would be more in favor of some kind of a staggered increase.
Would you like
I know that we haven't got all the information, so I don't know if that's something needs to come back to us. I mean, what
Would you like to open it up for public comment prior to deliberation?
All right, let's go ahead and open it up to public comment. I see one hand raised.
Beatriz?
Hello, Beatriz here again. On a rate increase for the water, I don't know if anybody of you have heard, but I know of 5 families in our city of Greenfield that, has COVID. We all know how hard it hit during the COVID, how many people were not able to pay, their bills, especially the water. Some of the water bills, if I hear right, they were very high in the thousands, and some still owe it. So I'm just afraid that increasing, if I understood right, either $13 or $20, that would be an awful lot of money, for a lot of people, that are not able to make it. So that's my comment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ray.
Again, Jurgen Smith. Water is life. If you don't have water, we can't live here. We get plenty of water from the Arroyo Seco River and it goes into our water table, and our water table does not run south to Soledad. It's our water. We have water. Okay. Water is not the issue. Okay. The issue is the infrastructure. Okay. The pipes we have there in the ground are ancient and they're breaking. Okay. Next thing, and every time we have a pipe that breaks, it costs a lot of money. And streets are blocked off because we got broken water pipes. Okay. We need to get the money is there. If I'm not mistaken, we're raising the money for not to get water, is to get the water to your house, because we got to get the pipes repaired and replaced. Okay. The pipes that are over there on Oak Avenue, okay, from the old water tower, going down Main Street, there's a reason why we're not repairing that street, is because the main pipes are going down there. Why put new asphalt in there and have to break it up because the pipes are breaking? Okay, we need to repair those pipes so we can fix it the proper way the first time. Okay, that is the issue. Okay, also, water comes in, water has to go out. Sewage treatment plant, a water treatment plant. Okay, why are we the only city here in South County? And we're bigger than Soledad, we are bigger than King City, and we don't have a proper water system at the final end. What are we doing with our sewage? We're trucking it to Marina. That cost a pretty penny. Okay. Yes. Sometimes we should have been spending that money earlier, so we don't have to take the big hit now. But it wasn't done because the management here in the past saw it a different way. Okay, let's kick the can down the road. The can is down the road. This is as far as it's going to go. We need to replace and repair. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Any other public comment? All right. Bring it back to council.
Can I ask Paul, is there any other place these funds could come from that we would be short if we did the phasing of the fee increase? If we went with option 3 and we phased in the increase so that it's not the full 1936 at once, where else could we potentially fund these projects that we want to do with the water improvements?
Well, if there was money available, it would be in the form, I would imagine, of a loan from a different fund. I think we've had this conversation before about water and wastewater are set up as businesses, and they charge what they charge. They're in charge of their own assets, their own infrastructure, and it's not always the best idea to go back and forth. You can do it, not necessarily the greatest idea. So that if we were to try to, the nature of let me go back. The nature of the capital improvements in water and wastewater is that they are very large because it costs a lot of money to do those things. The most liquid fund that we have, the one with the most cash, is the water fund. They have millions of dollars. But the problem is the amount of work that we need done costs many, many more millions. And part of that is because we never ended up collecting those 6 years worth of the monthly surcharge. So we're here, we were going to increase it by $7, but that $7 turns into $20. It's the same increase that they're supposed to be paying $20 a month. So could we? Yeah, but we probably wouldn't end up borrowing it because we don't have that much money. We would probably end up borrowing it from an outside party, and that would probably come in the form of some kind of bond issuance, which isn't always the greatest of ideas, but it is possible. So
I'm not a big borrower. Don't believe in a lot of borrowing, so I just shed a new light on things. Is there any numbers as far as the ideas on what improvement projects we were talking about? You were talking about somewhere going in between. I mean, we approved the $7. I assume that there was some research behind that. So I don't know. You want to elaborate on that a little bit?
Yeah, I don't have the report in front of me, but it has. I mean, there were projects, the pipelines themselves, a new well that we're in the process of purchasing, which will require water lines running from it to a new 1.5 million gallon tank. I mean, that in and of itself is single-digit millions just for that. But we probably will be needing to replace the pipes that Mr. Smith was talking about as well. I mean, there's a lot of old infrastructure. You have to remember the history of this city revolves around the Clark Colony Water Company. This area was settled by dairies and by farmers. And then when there was enough people here, there needed to be a city to provide schools and to provide a post office and those kinds of things. We're tapped into their water system. So it's really, water is at the heart of everything. And what we're using a lot of is an old system. Mm-hmm. So it's how long do we go? I mean, we were supposed to be collecting these monies, from 2016 forward. We haven't. We still have 2 to 3 million in cash in that fund. We're not going under, but that's not enough to help repair the project. So if what I heard was, I think I heard a question about, well, so what rate structure would we need to have? How do we increase things and still get some of this done
without borrowing?
Without borrowing. And so that we could, at the end of this 6-year period, I'm assuming, be where we initially voted to be. I don't know the answer to that, but I think we could come up with that kind of answer. It's really structuring the improvements over the next 6 years so that we could fund it, with current cash in the fund, which would be supplied largely from the whatever structure this happens to be over the next 6 years. I know what the rate people will say. We already did that.
That's what I was going to say. I mean, they figured it out before, and that they were thinking that we already were collecting the $13. So they were thinking we were going to have $20 coming in order to meet those targeted needs.
Right. Yeah. So they figured what they figured was they figured out what the capitals were. They backdated it for inflation and all that, and said, okay, let's modify the rate structure for usage. They did that. And then what's left basically is the monthly surcharge. And they figured that it would have to increase by $7, or that they would need this $19.36 every month from all the users in order to make the cash flow appropriately. So it seems to me, either do nothing, do the whole thing, or this thing in between. If you want to go with that thing in between, we need to come up with, okay, let's time out. Let's figure out which capital projects we want to do when, what would that require in cash, and to try to back into what rate increases come when, because that is kind of what they've already done. It's just that it's different now. The numbers are a little different. And so what's going to end up happening is, if we start lower than the $20, it means that there will be steeper increases in years beyond that.
Yeah, but because it's already been noticed as that specific amount in those future years,
The percentage of the amount.
the amount, but so you can't have a rate that's greater than what was noticed unless there's a new notice
Okay, okay,
for those.
okay, so I guess what you're saying is in this 6-year span, we won't get, no,
Any additional amount?
well, we won't get any additional, well,
Unless we
Above
read
what's already been-
right, then that's been approved, okay. But it doesn't mean that we have to start at 20. Maybe we start at, let's just say it's 13. If we start at 13, yet we want to get to, I don't remember what the rate was in year 6. Okay, but we want to go from 13 to, let's say it's 26. We got to raise, instead of, we got to go from 13 to 20. So we have to raise $13 in over the 6-year period. And don't forget, since you're not collecting it, the 20 up front, we're not going to end up with the same amount of money, but we can't go over the rate that we approve. So any way you do it, unless you just say, let's do the straight $20 and do it the way we said we were going to do it, we're not going to end up with enough money, right? The same amount of money that we calculated. Now, how important is that? It's important. I don't know that we know how important that is, because I don't know enough about the actual capitals that we need to implement in years 5 and 6. Do you happen to know? Jamie.
So I also do not have the report at hand. But what it was taken off of that rate that was previously approved of roughly $13. So the projections for the next 6 years took into account that we had that money. But I think that there was a disconnect between that amount and what the total it was in our current account. And so that might be something that Paul and I can look at also to make sure that that end number at year 6 is what it truly is supposed to be. As far as the capitals, I don't have the further years, committed to memory. But there's a little wiggle room to also put them in with other capital projects. So if you're going to go in and let's say street X, we need to replace the water main and the water laterals. Well, we're going to be digging up the street. So can we also do a street project at the same time that comes out of Measure X, right? So it splits some of that cost, some of that design and all those things. So there are ways to lower the cost with a lot of planning. And I understand that, if you started out currently from 0 and then said, okay, let's start at the $13, and this would be Ms. Thompson's direction, because I'm not sure on the law on this, but could they step increase in 6 months, or does it have to be annual?
So it doesn't have to be annual. Basically those amounts posted in the notice is the maximum for each year.
Right.
So
yes.
This year, the maximum you can get to is the 1936.
Right. So if council did choose, they could have options of saying, okay, let's start at $13 and in 6 months or halfway through even go up another notch and maybe incremental. There's a lot of different options that I think financially, Paul and I could extrapolate that out if the council desired. It still won't get us to that end dollar amount for that 6 years for all the projects, but we could see where those deficiencies are.
Okay, I'm just a little concerned about, the terminology that was used earlier, kicking the can too far down the road. I mean, I think we're going to need to face it at some point. But if you could bring us back more information, I think that probably would be my first choice. Probably on that.
I'd like to see some options on what we can do, what it means, what capital projects we have out there, what's the timeline on them. And then we can make a decision from that. It just hurts me to put that on somebody when so many people are on fixed incomes. $20 is a lot. $20 is actually bread and milk right now.
Yeah.
That's what $20 is. $20 is, gas to go to work.
But we do have
Not to go to work, but to doctors or anything, this is going to hurt a lot of the.
but we do have to provide water. We do have to
we
provide
have to
systems.
provide water. So we're kind of, kind of back and forth. Yeah.
Yes, and I mean,
options.
yeah, as council knows, that's something I'm dealing with on a daily basis with the amount of water leaks that we're getting.
Yeah.
It's very hard to keep up. And when we have contractors come in to do so, it's at prevailing wage. And that gets quite expensive. I did budget for some of that this year, but I also don't want to expend all that budget at once. But I think what I'm thinking that council may be looking for is, like Ms. Ortiz said, some different options on increases, but keeping the information simple.
Yes.
I know that report was quite convoluted. I know even for me, I had to read it many, many times. But I think we'd be able to provide that in a simplified manner.
Yeah, because
as like a supplement. Mhm.
We'll have people coming up here asking questions because they don't understand it, and and it takes more time from you and time from staff, but if we can get it in a simple format, it's not going to make things easier, but as you say, to understand.
See, attorney, how do we handle this if we want to move this forward?
I would recommend just providing direction to staff as to what you would like to see. Because it sounds to me as though you'd like more information to make your decision. Is that right?
Yeah,
And so it sounds like you provide some direction. I guess I would just turn to Gina and Paul and make sure they have
You have
adequate
all the
direction.
information that you need from us. We would like more information on what the essential projects are, what the costs are, and some projected numbers.
Yes, that's enough information.
And we would have operations in there as well.
Being as we could go ahead and take the public comment if we want.
Laura?
I have a quick, good day, City Council. My name is Laura, and I have a quick question. There was mentioned something about sometimes having money to repair streets and stuff like that. What about with, again, the overcrowding? Some of the houses are way overcrowded, and because of those neighbors, some of us have to pay for those neighbors that are overcrowding, damaging the sewers, damaging the pipelines and all that stuff. So I think it's not fair. We're going to have to pay extra, and other people are crowding our city. I think you should also consider that not everybody has crowded houses. And we don't make as much money. So that's really going to be an effect on our pocket here for some of us. Also, why can't we use some of the revenue on from the cannabis instead of being the $20, maybe make it a little bit less? Thank you.
All right, thank you for your comments. All right, so are we all set on this one, staff?
Yes, sir.
All right. Do we need to make a motion to extend past 10 o'clock?
Yes.
I
Move to extend the meeting past 10.
need a second.
I'll second.
Then moved in second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
We will now adjourn to closed session.
And then adjourned.
All right, sorry about that.
We're so
We've
excited.
been sitting here a while. All right,
Okay.
we're
So
to adjourn to closed session now. Go ahead.
Where's everybody going? The party's not over.
City Council is going to discuss two items in closed session pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1, conference with legal counsel concerning existing litigation. The name of the case is Jose Martinez Guzman versus the City of Greenfield. And then pursuant to Government Code Section 54957, Public Employee Performance Evaluation for the city attorney.
Do we open the public comments on this? Open to public comments. Anybody want to comment? All right, then we will now end public comments and move to closed session. Dedicated. Ready? All right. Reconvene to open session. There is nothing to report in closed session. City attorney report,
Nothing to report.
city manager report.
Yes, thank you. I just have a couple of things. Number one, we had a great recess over the past month. We have a lot of things to cover here in the next 2 or 3 months before we hit the holidays. And it was a really good break. We got a lot of things done. So just want to report that. Thank you.
Great. All right. Thank you very much. We adjourn.